Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the PiGosaur Cup. PiGosaur Cup number 85. PTR edition. I'm of course Ft VIP, with whom I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in chat as well. Welcome and more. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. We are here, we are back, we are live, and we are jumping directly into the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals here of the PiGosaur Cup. We have our ZVT ready and lined up. We actually have a lot of ZVTs ready here tonight. Kira and Young Yakov also currently ongoing. I did barely miss them. I was very tempted to jump in, but we have another fresh series ready for you. Spawning in the right corner of the Old Republic, we have the blue Zerg player, himself. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our initial matchup of the night. Again, we're jumping into the quarterfinals here. Exclamation mark be in the chat to soon have a look at the bracket. Hold on, I'll have to update the bracket. Un momento. As that is last night's tournament, so it won't be too long. But yeah, we're here, we're back, we are live, we have our matchup, we have our ZVT, and when it comes to our initial ZVT here, we have been seeing both Solar and Percival go back and forth in recent months. It's been quite impressive to see Percival's rate of improvement, and I did always say, and I still stand by this, that Percival's weakest matchup is Terran versus Zerg, but despite that, he has been improving in said matchup. He has been improving, he has been getting better, to the point where he can and he has been contesting Solar on a much more regular basis. That has been happening, to the point where he even knocked Solar, he even qualified over Solar in GSL. Solar eventually was able to make it through as well, but again, like Percival, he's been popping off in some really important matches in some really impressive ways. Has been impressive, man. Yeah. So very quickly, just setting up the bracket. Okay, command should be fixed. Bam. Command should be fixed. Now we can lock it. Now we can lock in. True. For now, though, we have an initial matchup. We'll be going over the bracket momentarily after this series. For now, we have our initial Hashgas pool. Nothing crazy, nothing too wild. Likewise, across the map, Percival going for his own standard opener as well. Rax expands. Quickly checking our vision here. It looks like Percival, he is going Marine first. He did skip his Reapers. Bear that in mind. So there's no Reaper Scout, and there's no SCV Scout either. Right now, the Marines are hunting for Overlords, and the Overlord is kept hidden safe at the pillar. Well ahead of time. Okay, bearing in mind that Overlords are slower on the PTR, so because of that, Percival, he was trying to be a little bit cheeky, but Solar, he is wise to said cheeky moves, does keep his Overlord hidden here in the center of the map instead. Does mean that it's going to be harder to scout, but does keep the Overlord alive and does provide some vision at least. So again, cheeky start here by Percival, not quite worth it in the end. Or doesn't quite gain any value for it yet. Not yet. Solar picks in, pulls away. Likewise, behind this, we do have Solar claiming his third expansion, getting to link speed, pulls out of gas as well, so there's no fast lair, there's no fast like Banelings or any kind of fast tech or Roche Warren, for example. Pulls out of gas. Playing Link Bane, playing Standard. Meanwhile, speaking of Standard, Percival, he is not. He's being more aggressive and assertive here, going for his own 1-1-1. These are a little more rare. I say a little more rare. Uncommon is maybe a better way of putting it, just because we see that we've been seeing this a little bit more as of late by going for a delayed CC into a faster starport, into a more aggressive build. We're going medevac first into what? Into a Hellbat push. Let's go. We have the armory on the way for the Hellbats. We are still reactoring out to Hellions of all things, and we're going for a committed push early on. Now, so far unscouted. So far the Hellions are kept hidden, only the Marines are spotted, and the Overlords are further back. So limited vision, limited scouting. But fun fact, you can still defend against this with purely Link Queen with a high enough Queen count. How many Queens do we have so far? 3, soon to be 6. If we can bring all 6 Queens together with some Ling reinforcements, then we can defend. We can defend. Here we go, the Overlord does spot the move out, does spot the Mass Hellion, and now Solar knows. Yeah, Solar's now aware. You can see in the production tab, more Lings are on the way. And here we go, the Hellbats say morph in. Percival, he commits up the ramp. But is it too late? Does move up. Queens, they pull away, they have to buy time. Oh. Yeah, one queen gets isolated. The others, they hold their own. There is one transfuse, I believe. Yeah, there's one. Oh, does transfuse. The other queen, though, is getting low. Does pull away in time. So far, they're kiting a solid. It gets one Hellbats. Yeah, it gets one. Gets two. Two Hellbats go down. And with that, solo defense. So he does defend, and he may lose a queen. Up. Oh my god, one queen goes down, but that is still worth of a Solar. Solar, he is holding. He is now able to collapse on these units. He can now catch reinforcements as well. Takes down the final Hellbats. And Percival, he's still rallying. As you can see, he's still rallying across the map with more Hellions, with more would-be Hellbats as well. Some decent Hellion shots. Not bad. It's a nice trade. Does he get into a mineral line? Oh, he was in. Queen's out of position. Queen's out of position. The Hellions, they threaten to dive, but there are plenty of Ling reinforcements, and Solar, he does hold on. At the same time, Marines, they do hit the mineral line. Two drones going down. We're finally getting a little bit of damage here, but ideally we wanted so much more than this. So much more. As Queens, they're being left a little bit idle here, but the Spore is repositioning. Yeah, Spore does reposition. At the same time, bit of a Link Scout across the map. Got some SCVs, so some damage. Nothing crazy. Oh, Queen goes down. So we're getting some value here, but again, this was very committed though. Remember, this was a late third TC. This was a committed build. Like, we committed with everything here, and it so far was not worth it. Personally, still not done. True. He's done. As Percival deflected behind the third, TC is just now trying to finish up as we morph it into the orbital. Back in the main base, we have our initial 3-1-1, soon to be 5-rack setup. It's still a ways away to get into. Stim is on the way. The rest of the upgrades, the third expansion. Again, it'll take a little bit longer for Percival to really get this all online. It's going to take a little bit longer, but we are getting there. Personally pokes in, he pulls away. Once again, he's affected. Solar getting up to 3 base saturation, 4th base getting up and running as well. Now we can take up. We go 1-1 upgrades, Bailing Speed, Hydrogen, and Infestation Pits. Solar, he's throwing down all the tech that he wants because he survived the aggression, and now there's a bit of a lull. There's a big lull here where Percival's trying to recover, and this allows Solar to be greedy. He can now be greedy after the defense. And right now, the soup does lie. The soup is lying to you. Right now, the supply is deceptively close when really it's further apart. The drone count. The drone count's what matters here. Solo's on 71, and he can soon jump up to 80. If he is. Like, he's getting extra workers here, so he'll be able to getting up to 80 workers, and he can just snowball out of control and focus and fixate purely on army production. When that happens, Solo will max, and Percival, he will have a very hard time, if not impossible time, getting a 4th base. This is one of the reasons why Terran players often, why Hellbat pushes have fallen out of favor and fallen out of fashion, because as you saw, you can, at this level of play, at this stage in the meta, in the lifespan of StarCraft, you can defend and shut down Hellbat pushes without even scouting them. And Solar, he didn't scout. He did not scout the main base. He don't see what's going on. Solar, all he needed was Ling Queen. The queens that he had naturally made were already enough to defend with, of course, good enough micro. And at this level, the Solar and players of this level, they have good enough micro here. So again, good reactions, solid setup. Percival did fall behind. He still is. At the same time, Ling's a bit of a shaky counterattack here. We trade with Marines. Does not get the tank, does not get any ACV kills. At the same time, Percival, he does knock down a base. Not bad. Gets a base. Gets a fan. 5th base does full. Percival, he rotates over. This is actually going to be a surprisingly difficult defense here for Solar, just because he threw away a bunch of Lings, which could have been back at him to defend. But he has plenty. Yeah, he has plenty here. He goes to the dive. The Marines. Oh my god, does catch him out. cleans up all the tanks, and Solar, he's fine. He's perfectly fine. Even after losing and throwing away all those Zerglings, he does have a large enough army. It is robust. Plenty of Banelings, plenty of Hydras. Solar he holds, and behind this is expanding on the right-hand side. Getting another expansion. Getting another base. So still building up. First of all, trying to be active. Trying to be active here on the right hand side as well, going for a split push. Has potential. Double jump into the main, and the main army here on the 5th. There is some link made available. Nice target flank. Ooh, one Baneling connects, but only one. But the Hydras, they move forward, and with that, Medevac's going to be focused down. Percival forced to back up. He's deflected. Slowly he's keeping up, he's shutting down. And what did we mention in the lead up to this, talking about how the super was lying to you? This is what you mean by that. Solar, he is at 200 supply. He's maxed. And Percival is down 70 supply here. Ay. See, this was the actual supply that was being hidden behind those numbers earlier. Where it's like, no, it's lying to you. Solar's basically maxed out. And there it is. Doesn't take long at all for that to occur. Just because of the drone count, just because of the droning, the saturation, the economy. Now with that Solar, he collapses in. The tanks are exposed. Getting 1, 2 tanks already. Solar, he does overwhelm. Catching out reinforcing units. Planetary is not yet done. Vipers are ready. And can we break the center expansion? Again, there is a bug at the moment that you cannot abduct tanks in the PTR, which should not be the case. They have the Blinding Clouds, the Planetary. We have the mass repair at least. The repairs. Oof. But despite that, the Planetary still falls. Plenty of Lings. Does still overwhelm. Takes down the final tank. And Solar, he just nobles out of control. He breaks the low ground expansion. 17 SCV kills. We got a third base up. GG gets called. And Solar takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, it all came down to the initial aggression from Percival. The initial hellbat push did fall on its face. Here, and once that occurred, Percival, he lost map control, he lost any kind of momentum that he had, he fell behind as he also went for a 1-1-1 build, so we had a later third base to begin with, and Solar snowballed out of control. I was very impressed with the follow-up when it comes to Percival's drop play. Remember, he killed the 5th expansion, and he was applying pressure on the right hand side as well, and dropping into the main base. That was great and all, but not good enough not to make up for the deficit that Percival had. So he was able to have a presence on the map, but again, after falling that far behind, it was not enough to recover. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into our next game. Loading into game 2, loading into Ruby Rock. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the blue Zerg player, himself, the South Korean Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Terran player, himself, the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. Let's go. Let us go, and we'll see what kind of build Percival whips out this time. I think we're mainly looking at Percival to see what he brings to the table here. As we mentioned, Percival, he did go for a very dedicated build last game, and it just was not worth it. It was very, very dedicated and had some potential for sure, but last Solar, he was able to react in time and shut it down. Coming into here at game number 2, we'll see. We should not be seeing another Hellbat push, but we can go for, say, a 2-on-1, 3CC 2-on-1. We can go for even a 3-rack setup as well, which we have seen a little bit more as of late, especially in the PTR. We'll see. Setting up the title. So now CC first. CC first at a personal. Speaking of doing something crazy, this is a bold move on such a small map. This is usually seen on maps like Mothership, Winter Madness, White Rabbits, Taito Citadel. These larger maps is a little bit safer to get away with this. On Ruby Rock, this is quite greedy just because there is a chance that the Zerg player were to be a little bit more aggressive and assertive and go for an earlier pull or earlier gas timing to try to punish an overly greedy player, or even just to reactively commit to an all-in. So riskier move here by Percival, and we'll see if he gets away with it. I mean, Solo going for a standard opener so far, so we should just calm down. Just calm down. Likewise, this Overlord may just not go in. Yeah, it is typically more standard for the Overlord to check the natural than to go back, but because of the slow Overlord here in the PTR, time and time again, we are not actually scouting early on. We are just kind of planting ourselves just outside of the bases. Has been an adjustment due to set early game. Oh, and are we going for the third TC? This far back, it does look to be the case. There we go, third TC before factory even. Hyper greed this game. Usually it's 3 CC before starport, here before factory, and remember it was CC first as well. Like these are the fastest command centers you can go for in Terran versus Zerg. So hyper greed out of Percival, and I actually really like this just because Solar, when it comes to all the Korean Zerg players out there, when it comes to Solar, Shin, and Rogue, Solar, he's the least aggressive of them. Not saying that he's like a passive player that never attacks, but compared to Shin and Rogue, like Solar, he looks normal, he looks sane next to these madmen. Like he's so the likelihood of Solar going for an all-in and punishing this is a little bit lower. I mean, it is still heavily reliant on scouting, and Overlord is going in. Solar, he's moving in with the Overlord, and what does Solar get vision on? He pokes in, spots the racks. Behind this, it is going to be a 3-1-1 setup. Late starports. The Overlord does not confirm the timing of the factory. It does not confirm. Ooh, does see the third CC though. Okay. Does barely spot that third command center, so nice scouting here by Solar. He is now somewhat aware as to the build of choice. So that's a very fast command center finishing up. And Solar's response here is a hidden Bailey nest. Interesting. So Solar, he should know that this was a faster CC than normal. He should also, he just gets a full Zerglin just walks in. Okay, sure, why not? Zerglin just walks in, he gets a full scout of the main, confirms the 3-1-1 setup, and are we going for a Bane bust here behind this? The Hellion count is lower than normal, so there's less of a presence against the Link Bane, and Solar, yeah, he's hiding Links here on the left hand side. Shows his Banelings. We spoke about how aggression would be reliant on scouting, and hey, Solar, he scouts the greed, he confirms, and his role here is to punish. Shows the Banes. And here comes the Bane Bust. Yeah, the Bane Bust is coming online. Hellions, they're out of position across the map. They pick in, we got Lings on the top side, Banes from the south side, and the wall is going to be broken. Ooh, yeah, he busts down that front door, dives into the main. Lings, they get a shot on the Hellions. Oh no, he gets us around, and now we're going for the SCVs. We're going for the workers. Mining is denied, we preserve the Bailings. Hellions, they race back home to defend, but Lings, they bust into the main, and we still just camp the production. Going for more CV kills. Going for Stim, actually. Okay. Yeah, Stim is going to be denied. Bailings were still holding on to them, but we spent them on. What's the plan? They're coming down. Oh my god. Nice KDA charge. Yeah, nice KDA charge. SCVs are denied. Ooh, they connect with the Hellions, and with that, Solar's done it. Solar, he has done it. There are only 2 Hellions left. Only 2 Hellions, Pappy. GG gets called, and Solar, he snowballs out of control with the Bane Bust, and he will claim the series 2-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played here. As Solar, he was able to scout, confirm the greed of Percival, and as soon as he saw it, bam, Bane Bust. Bam, all in. Winding it back, remember, Percival, he went for a CC first into a third command center before Factory. That is the greediest build you can go for. Outside of like 3 CC before Rax, but that's just not viable, period. So again, very important that Solar was able to get a full scout of the bases, confirm the vulnerability, and end the game with the all-in. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Solar. He will claim the series. And with that, let's catch up on the bracket. Let's catch up on the bracket on where we are and where we are headed. Okay. That is not what we want. Hold on. I swear I did the correct one. There we go. Bam. So here we go. Okay, from the top here we have MaxPax. MaxPax is up against Perceive in the round 16. Eggs up against Rake as well. It's possible that maybe some of these matches have yet been updated, but they are lagging a little bit behind in terms of the bracket overall. Solar, he takes down Percival 2-0. Solar, he's already in the semifinals, waiting for his opponents, but looks like he has some downtime. Quite some downtime. Scrolling down, we have ByuN. ByuN is up against Green Earth here in the quarterfinals, and Cure is up against Yang Yakov in the quarterfinals as well. Now, because the upper portion is so delayed and because it's taking so long, then we might just, as we just got an update, Cure takes down Yakov 2-0. Cure waiting for the winner of ByuN and Green Earth. We might just jump into the lower semifinals, and then by the time this finishes, we can then jump into the upper semifinals, and then bam, grand finals. So we're imagining 3 series left here in the broadcast. Cure versus ByuN or Green Earth, then Solar versus MaxPax, Eggs, Rake, or Perceive in the upper semis, and then bam, grand finals. So that is the current plan here for our broadcast, unless we suddenly find out that like there were no updates here on the upper half, and actually, you know, we're soon to have the upper semis as well. But looks like there's less of a chance of that happening. So yeah, we have some downtime. We're going to be going on a break, and when we come back, we will have either ByuN versus Green Earth mid-series or winner versus Cure in a best of 5. Also, I should also mention here that when it comes to the PiGosaur Cups, the semifinals are best of 5s, not best of 3s. So they can at times take a little bit longer, but they also happen at the same time, right? In tournaments like our tournaments, like the Tuna Cup, or in tournaments like Wardy TV Monday, they usually hold semis and they cast them one at a time. For PiGosaur Cup, they didn't hold anything. They didn't hold them, they just run them at the same time instead. But because the upper half is so delayed, there is a very real chance that we cover this lower semis and then the upper semis as well. Like there's a very real chance that it lines up in that way. But we'll see. We'll see. Feels good to be in the lights, papi. Ah, buenos dias, buenos dias. Good morning. Nice and quick, very efficient. I mean, again, you know, personally tried to get away with Hyper Greed versus Solar, and he did shut it down. But we will have some downtime here. So we'll be seeing you soon. We'll see you soon after this break. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and we'll be back with the lower matches. See you then. See you then, buddy. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finals here of the PiGosaur Cup. PiGosaur Cup number 85 PTR edition. We are here. We are back. We are jumping into our fresh best of 5 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the red Terran player. We have the red Terran himself. We have the South Green Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right hand corner, top left hand corner, we have the South Green Terran, the other South Green Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Team Liquid. It is Cure. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we dive into our initial TVT. And this can go either way here. We're getting to our Terran versus Terran matchup here, and Cure and ByuN, they both go back and forth. I typically lean towards Cure. Cure, I would say, is the favorite player in the TVT, as some of the best TVT in the world, but ByuN has a very unique approach, and as a result, he can be very difficult to keep up with at times. For those who are unaware, ByuN, he's very fond of going for a very light Viking style and a heavier medevac and bio style instead, going for a lot of counterattacks, a lot of run-bys, a lot of activity in the mid to late game. It does mean that he has a lower tank count and a lower Viking count, and he often does not fight for air control, which means that in a head-on fight, Cure and opposing Terran players typically do accumulate stronger armies. They accumulate stronger armies and greater, more efficient compositions, but on the flip side, ByuN is more agile, more mobile, and can counterattack and tear your opponent apart. It turns into this kind of game of a little bit cat and mouse, but ByuN, he tries to avoid Cure's main army, tries to backstab, tries to hit bases, and tries to approach the game in that sense. It does mean, though, that if Cure's defenses are solid, if he's able to keep up with the rotations with the drop play and all the aggression of ByuN, then Cure typically snowballs out of control. Like it's that kind of dynamic where ByuN needs to find damage, and when he starts being more inefficient, when he stops doing damage across the map, that's when things get very difficult for ByuN. That's typically how their TVTs go in a general sense, but we'll see. For now, we're going to be settling in. That's typically more in the mid to late game. For now, we do have our Rax Expand, Economic Opener out of ByuN. Meanwhile, Cure opening up Double Gas, Faster Factory instead. So Cure is going to be more tech heavy, ByuN is being more economic. Here we go. Basically, Cure, this build is also a lot safer as well. If Cure was being proxy 2-raxed, then Cure would be safe to shut it down and to counterattack and to gain momentum early on. Cure does face check with the Reaper, and he will take a bunch of hits to the face. He has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away. It does pull away, thankfully. Does keep the Reaper alive, just barely. Does reinforce with a second Reaper. And likewise, ByuN does react in time to pull back. But does pull back home. Coming into the main base, we do have our CC, so on the high ground, Marines are in position as well, and ByuN should be able to hold on to the main. Just posturing here for the most part. Building up more Hellion Reaper. See the chat. Alright, sorry, during the break as well. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much as the Heli does something on the low ground. Very nice movement out of Cure. He takes down the first Reaper, he pulls away, saves his own. Heli pokes in, gets another shot off. Yeah, one more volley did waste a shot on the depot though, and with that ByuN holds. ByuN, he does hold on. A big overextension here as both Marines will get picked off, so we have a bit of a back and forth trade. Looking at the unit slot tab here, 2 Reapers and a Hellion for 2 Marines and a Reaper. In the end, it was still a more efficient trade for ByuN of all things, but Cure, he's trading early on, and what's important here is that the Hellion Reaper is eventually getting outscaled as the game progresses. We're done with Hellion Reaper. We're going into Cyclone, Safety Cyclone, Bioproduction, into tanks eventually as well. So Cure getting whatever value we can out of these units early on is still worth it. Still very much so worth it. As Amiri pulls away, behind this we have our 1-1-1 follow-up into extra Raxes into our Bio. Meanwhile, Cure playing more standard, opening up with Ravens. Ravens, they can of course attack, they can counterattack, they are very useful tools here in TVT. They're part of the bread and butter when it comes to dealing with tank lines as well. Pre-siege tanks, it can be so difficult to break that, but hey, with Disable, you can break through anything with that interference matrix. This is a little bit different here. ByuN going for a very early Liberator. This is a bit of a risk. This will be delaying ByuN's own Raven production, his own Medevac production as well, in favor of Harassment. There's a lot of potential by going Liberator like this because it's very unexpected. We'll see if it pays off. So Liberator is going to move out. It does rise towards the left-hand side. Meanwhile, third TC is already halfway done for Cure, so Cure getting into his own 1-1-1 follow-up into a very fast third TC, into a greater economy in the mid-game. Meanwhile, ByuN, he, remember, went for extra Raxes instead into a much earlier stim timing. So earlier stim, earlier army production, and ByuN should be the aggressor here to attempt to delay the third base of Cure. ByuN is not all in, he's getting his own third, but because it's later, ideally ByuN wants to pressure this location to delay the third base of his opponent, so he can make up for that. But first things first, ByuN has to be made aware of that command center time. The orbital's already morphing in. ByuN, his own CC is still not even halfway done. This Liberator may give him that information as well, outside of just scouting, but also outside of just doing damage, you'll also scan the main. Main army gets spotted. Ooh, ByuN, he will lose a Cyclone, but he does spot the main push, which means the Liberator is activated. So as Cure moves out, ByuN moves in. He moves into the main. Tanks in position, but there are two Ravens. They have two disables. Liberator does siege. Cure trying to poke forward. 4 SCVs going to be going down. 5, getting up to almost 6. Ooh, yeah, 6 workers going down. Very nice damage here by ByuN, and Cure, he is committed. He has to commit up the ramp. Remember, he does have those Ravens. He has his own Liberator as well. That's now ByuN denying mining at the natural. More SCVs holding to the disables. Oh my god. Not quite. Not yet. We're still holding on to them. Curie's gaining ground. Ooh, massive tank shots. Yeah, Cure slipping up a little bit here. Once again, zoning back ByuN. And Cure's all in. At this point, Cure is all in. He's losing far too many SCVs. Cure, he has to end the game here and now. He's going to commit. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's slowly accumulating more units. Third tank on the left-hand side. Yeah, tank shot going off. Ooh, 2 tank shots even. That's too much. That's too much damage. These Marines, they're 1 shot away from going down. Yeah, Curie's just taking too long to move in. A third Liberator has arrived. Curie does trickle in with more reinforcements. Almost gets the tank. Oh, we commit. Yeah, he does commit in. Shows the auto turrets. Auto turrets, they buy time. Big tank on the left, but Marines, they break through on the right hand side. He's trying to get on top of the tanks. It looks like he will barely not. Ooh, GG. GG. He does not get on top of the tanks. And Cure, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Again, very close fight towards the end there. ByuN, he barely couldn't break through that siege line. And that was it. That's all that ByuN had. Remember, Cure was all in. And Cure did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. With that Cure, he will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. We'll take a lead. Again, a very intense couple of moments there towards the end as ByuN was successfully doing damage across the map, but he was just forcing Cure's hand, forcing him further and further into the bases. As we mentioned, the Ravens, they had so much utility here to the Terran army. He was holding on to the disables, didn't use them actually, but it did instead throw in a wall of turrets to wall off against the boys being pulled and against any kind of army on that southern flank. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be loading into game number 2. Let's go. We're jumping to game 2. Going to be loading into the Old Republic. Here we go. And remember, best of 5, so we can have a back and forth here. There's plenty of games to work with. Game one was very intense, it was very decisive, and we'll see how the rest of our series, where it takes us. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is ByuN. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran player himself. We have the South Korean Terran for Team Liquid. It is Cure. Here we go. She said, ByuN, please 2x Reaper. I mean, ByuN would have died most likely faster if he had 2x Reapered in game 1, just because of Cure's safer build. But I do agree that there's probably going to be 2x Reapers from both players at some point in this series, from both Cure and ByuN. First SCV moves out across the map, very suspicious worker, and here we go, it's time to proxy 2x. Now the real question becomes though, Cure, does he go for a double gas opener or not? He's going for a greedier build. So there's a couple of things that are going on here. First things first, welcome to Old Republic. Old Republic is a larger map in the map pool. I would have said there was a higher chance for Cure to go for a greedier build on Winter Madness, but he didn't. On Winter Madness, he played it safe. Here on the Old Republic, he is being greedy. So there is an opportunity here for ByuN to do damage with this. The reasoning for this is because it's a single gas opener, Cure is going for a faster command center. So because of this, Cure's factory is going to be delayed, which means it's going to be an extended period of time here where Cure doesn't have a Hellion to help defend. He's going to have to pull the boys. And it's going to be on Cure to minimize losses with his workers, right? He has to pull the boys, then pull them back, and then micro his units, and has to make sure he does minimize those losses. Otherwise, this can be game-ending damage. So let's go. For now, Cure, again, there's no scout across the map. It's very standard not to SCV scout in TVT. Going for that command center. And everything's looking up ByuN. It's all lining up. Waiting for our Reaper. And then we can commit. Now, when it comes to this defense here for Cure, it is not impossible to defend, but he has to be very careful with his own Reaper. You can see he's scouting for proxies, and scouting is fine, but he cannot lose this Reaper. If he does, that's game. Up, and ByuN does intercept. Oh no, late reaction by Cure. He fumbles, and with that, the Reaper goes down. GG. GG gets called. You cannot lose that first Reaper. That is game-ending damage, and ByuN takes game number 2. We have a series. We have a back and forth. If you notice, Cure, he did take 1 or 2 extra seconds to respond with his Reaper. Because of that, he took an extra volley, and also he went to left, and then he doubled back to the right, so he took extra shots, and then lost Reaper. GG, well played. So a panicked response there from Cure, and with that, that's game. That is game. We're going to be getting into game number 3, and we'll see how our players do indulge each other. Is it Cure's turn to proxy? That is the question. Cure, he is not afraid to proxy. He's not afraid to go into the same build as well. So we'll find out as we load into Mothership. Here. Mothership, a larger map of the map pool. There is an RNG factor as well. And do we risk going proxy 2x? Does anyone risk going proxy 2x on Mothership? And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, tying up the series 1-1. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom side here of Mothership, we have the South Korean Terran player representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. Now, after that experience, is Cure forced to go double gas? And does ByuN be greedy and go for a Rax expand? And does he cut corners and does he get ahead that way? Or does Cure, in the face of the proxy, just go for a Rax expand anyway? Or is it Cure's turn to proxy instead? We'll see. We'll see how this all does unfold. There is a rock, paper, scissors dynamic to TVT. That is true. That's just the reality. And you kind of saw it last game as well, where there's double gas openers, there's single gas openers, there's proxy 2 Raxes, there's 2 Rax openers as well. Like there are the rock, paper, scissors in TVT does exist. But so far here, it looks like it mirrored builds. No proxies, no shenanigans. Fun fact, that rock, paper, scissors dynamic in TVT, which can sometimes you can just start the game, pick your build, and just lose, is one of the reasons why Clem does not play TVT. it's one of the big reasons why he plays Protoss instead. To avoid that TVT dynamic. As Curie does move out. Moves out with the SCV. And Curie, he will find ByuN real fast and real quick. We'll find him. So nice scouting here by Cure. We'll confirm. We'll also get eyes on the racks back at home. And Cure, he does not flinch. Single gas opener here. So despite the aggression in game number 2, Cure is still going for an economic build. So is ByuN, but Cure is being greedier. ByuN, he's on the high ground. Cure is on location. So Cure has a slight edge here against his opponents. He also got a full scout as well. Now it's ByuN looking for Cure. It looks like ByuN is checking top right. Oh, no, sorry. We're pulling back. Scouts the center just in case. Pulls back, looking for proxies. Cure moves in. Who shoots first? It's going to be ByuN. Yeah, ByuN does shoot first, and Cure, he will this time get away, I believe. Oh, no, he does not. Once again, just like last time, it was a 1 second too late reaction out of Cure, as he did go forward for like, what, half a second or 1 second even, and then that meant extra shots going off. Cure slipping up with his reaction time twice now. And with that, Cure will zone away. Now, to be fair, it is very early in the morning in Korea. I say very early, it's like, what, 10 a.m.? 10 a.m., 9 a.m.? We gotta look in, Bappy. Oh, speaking of looking in, and this time it's ByuN getting caught out. ByuN, he had a late reaction, late response. He was focusing his attention elsewhere. He took an extra shot to the face, and with that, Cure does recover from his earlier loss. So no one's paying attention this game. Like, okay, we gotta wake up, Bappy. We gotta wake up. Oh, no. Okay. He pulls away. Behind this, we have our own 1-1-1 setup from both players. As Reaper does push further in. Oh, Cure, will sacrifice his Reaper, and he will get a full scout of the main. It does get a full scout. I believe did not scout the command center, though, so he's playing a little bit blind. But upon confirming the starport timing, he should know. He should be aware. Can compare it to his own. And how do we deviate from here? So Cure is going into reactor to Hellion production early on just for some map presence. Meanwhile, we saw that ByuN went for the add-on swap into Cyclone production instead, into an early medevac drop. So ByuN is going to be the aggressor early on. Oh. As Cure did take an extra shot to the face. We can see ByuN trying to lure in the Hellions. But the army is spotted. Cure is now aware. And it's going to be a tough hold back at home. As here comes ByuN. Does leave his Cyclone at home to defend, so it's only going to be the Marines, thankfully for Cure. Only the Bio army. Does boost into the main. In, gonna be forced back at the same time. Cyclone pushing and poking towards the natural, but no major commitment. From here, we're both taking up in similar directions. We're getting into our tank production, into our Ravens. Third CC is faster for Cure. Meanwhile, this time ByuN is also opening up Raven as well, so a much more standard build here by ByuN. Last game, remember, ByuN went for a faster second Rex and faster stim instead. But this is a standard gets from both ByuN and Cure. Both players opening up. Raven's on the way, third CC as well. ByuN back into the main with his drop. Cure, he is a little bit out of position, racing back over. It does race over to defend. We'll lose one of the Hellions, trades a Hellion for a Marine, and mining was denied. So, good job. A solid drop here from ByuN. Does some decent damage. Viking production already underway here for ByuN already. Reacting out those Vikings. Checking ByuN's vision. Did he see the third command center? He did. So ByuN is aware. Cure, I believe, is not. Yeah, Cure is not aware of the third. That's going off. Cyclone, ooh, locking onto the medevac. Barely gets away. And we spoke about this at the start of the series, how Cure, he's a lot more standard in his approach as he bleeds out 5 SCVs. 6? 5? 5 workers go down. I'm referring to the fact that we do have Viking production here. Like, going into Biotank Viking is kind of the stock standard TVT, whereas ByuN is not making a single Viking and going into extra Maxes and earlier into Stim, right? Into a more bio heavy style instead with Medivacs. It's 2 different approaches. Nice disable, very nice disable here. Lock it on the tank. The first tank is going to go down, and Cure, he pops off already. There's one more tank on the high ground, thankfully. There's one more tank. But Cure is getting ground at the same time. A drop into the mineral line. There's the Marines, the vanilla Marines that are popping up here. 11 SCVs. And Cure is being crippled. Nice tank shot. And we've been here before, where Cure has no economy back at home, but he is potentially ending the game across the map. Now there's a second tank, though. Yeah, this is not good enough. Now there's a second tank, so Cure is falling behind. Cure, he needs to break through this, but he doesn't have enough. Yeah, there's not enough energy for another disable. There's now 3 tanks to defend. This position cannot be broken, and the Cure falls far behind. It falls far behind here. I just don't see a world where Cure can push in. Yeah, here come the counter disables. ByuN breaks out. He stims, and it will clean up everything. The entire army goes down. GG gets called, and ByuN will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew. GG. GG, well played. We'll take a 2-1 lead. Winding it back here again. Cure, he wasn't supposed to be too dedicated with his push, but there was critical damage being dealt across the map. I think Cure assumed, and I did as well, when ByuN's medevac full of Marines went down to like 10% HP, I think we all just assumed that he would go back home, to repair and to just preserve his army. But no, ByuN, he actually circled back around and hit the natural, and despite such a low medevac, he still committed to the drop. Meanwhile, because Cure assumed that it was going to go back home, he's moved out with everything. He left nothing at home to defend, and as a result, he lost, what, 12 plus SCVs? He sustained critical losses. GG. GG, well played. So with that, ByuN does take a 2-1 lead, and now we're getting to game number 4. Let's go. Can Cure force the ace match? Will ByuN close that here and now? But again, that one drop, the one drop that was barely hanging on, full of like just taped together with duct tape, like got into the mineral line, it did game-ending damage. GG. Essentially forced the all in. And with that, we're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran, representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, himself, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Hello. As it is Cure's turn. We did see a proxy Chirax at a ByuN previously, but now we have one SV being sent across the map. Just the one though. Huh. Are we going proxy Marauder? Assuming we take our gases? It feels really weird and really odd to just go for a singular proxy Reaper, or proxy Rax and proxy Reaper, so I'm leaning more towards something more committed here. Eyes wrong Cure. Show us what you got. As well, in Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a very small map of the map. Small map, short rush distance by ground. But especially based on the depot placement, I feel like we're going to commit harder. Is it going to be proxy Factory or proxy Marauder with the Tech Lab? Yeah, there it is, proxy Marauder. Okay. So Cure, he is going to commit into Marauder production. Marauders are very robust. They're very, very robust at this stage of the game. How do you deal with Proxy Marauder? Typically, you pull the boys. SCVs do a great job tanking against Marauders and surrounding them as well. So there's going to have to be a lot of worker micro out of ByuN. Meanwhile, I'm getting deja vu. Do you see what I see? Single gas opener, racks, expand, economic build out of ByuN, going for a delayed factory. This is looking just like the game, or very similar to the game where Cure got proxied. Where Cure, he went for an economic build and got punished for it. Here, ByuN is also going for an economic build as well. Now, he is going for a high ground CC, so I mean, I guess it's safer, quote unquote, but that doesn't really matter. What matters here is how much damage these Marauders can deal and whether this first Reaper gets called out. As ByuN scouts, he sees, Oh my god. Whew, he barely does confirm the proxy. Big scout here for ByuN. Now we can start a bunker. Now we can start. There we go. Instant bunker out of ByuN. So as opposed to Cure's game, Cure failed to scout ByuN. Here ByuN succeeds in scouting Cure. Ay. And scouting is half the battle, right? Like this is heavily reliant on just catching your opponent by surprise. And the bunker is almost done. Boys are being pulled. Ooh, one Marine goes down. But again, the boys just buy time. They just buy time for the bunker. Bunker does finish. And the proxy marauder falls on its face. With this, so far, we're not getting any ground here. The Rax floats. Cure, he transitions back at home, going for the factory. That floating Rax can focus on the bunker at least. But things are looking dire for Cure. Just picking away the depot. That is permanent damage on these marauders. Does get the depot though. True. Does tap the depot. Marauders, they pull away. And ByuN, he will soon break out. He'll soon be able to break out. He's getting a cyclone, building up his army, getting his own CC, which is already making, he's already making 2 workers at a time, and he has extra mules. His orbital's already done, and Cure is miles behind. Reaver gets across the map as well. Nothing to defend. Hellion will pop out eventually, but this is getting out of hand. Oof. And Mass Repair keeps the workers alive, but again, that's just still lost mining time. Still lost mining time. Now, is there a way for Cure to recover in this game? There is, but Cure, we got to lock in. Like, everything has to go well here for Cure moving forward. There's a world where he can maybe catch out some units, maybe he can maybe contain. True, like right now he is technically containing ByuN. Oh, trying to at least. But ByuN now expands, he breaks free, the cyclone is out. The cyclone has arrived. Brutal lock-on. Oh my god, takes down both marauders. And with that ByuN, he is broken free. He's broken out. And this lead that ByuN has is getting larger and larger. Larger and larger here. Cure floating and landing his own command center. Still has to morph into the orbital. Cure trying to be active, building up his tank count, and may just force to be hyper defensive here. There's a couple of options. Cure can just turtle on up, or he can try to be overly aggressive and just go for an all-in. I feel like an all-in would make the most sense. An all-in could maybe punish a Terran player for being too greedy. Like if ByuN is too comfortable, if he's overconfident, does he go into a too fast of a third command center and cut corners and tech up? We can see though he's being active, he's pushing. ByuN is being active. Moving out with his 2 cyclones. Cure back at home, getting a faster third CC. So we have the answer here. Cure, he wants to be greedy to try to recover, but ByuN's not too far behind him with his own third CC timing. Scans the main, confirms the third, and confirms nothing's in the main. Drops in. Let's drop into the mineral line, getting 1, 2, 3 SCVs. Oh, ooh, late to pick up. Late control there from ByuN. Did miss control. Losing one of the cyclones. But still getting 3 SCVs is worth it. Like this, we're still stifling Cure, hindering the economy. Oh, there we go. Tank till siege. Brutal tank shots. As we pick up the depot as well, whatever damage we can get. Can we get within range of the CC? We can. Oh no, the medevac. Yeah, Loken is broken. Cyclone goes down. CC is delayed as well. Brutal damage. Oof. I think we're still within range of this worker as well, but does on siege. Does on siege. Command center does finish. Now repositioning, rotating towards topside, and GG. GG gets called. This is just too much damage, and ByuN, he will claim the series 3-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense back and forth here between Cure and ByuN. A lot of aggression, a lot of proxies as well from both players, from both sides. Cure had a very impressive game 1, but then ByuN was able to gain momentum with more hyper-aggressive builds in game 2, going for the proxy 2 ranks here, defending against the proxy himself. And game 4, if you remember, was ByuN, game 3 was ByuN, I would say having more of a back and forth on Mothership, but able to go for the backstab and punish Cure's push. Again, surprising Cure with that low HP medevac and dealing game-ending damage. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations. Congratulations to ByuN as he does claim the series. And now let's catch up on the rest of the brackets. Let's go. Let us go. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look back yourselves. Here we go. As ByuN does advance onto the finals, Solar still waiting for his opponent, so we do have some results coming in. Eggs takes down Rake 2-1. Meanwhile, MaxPax takes down Perceive 2-0, and we have Eggs versus MaxPax currently mid-series, leading into Solar. Let's have a look here. I believe the other casters are covering those matches, which should be Dave Testa, Bomyoja, and Pig, El Chanchito. Assuming that Dave is still online, I'm not too sure if he is. Eggs is streaming his POV. And it looks like Dave went offline. Okay. So Dave, he's no longer casting.
Down with Skyto's glory!
Oh. As they're in game 2. And it looks like they just started as well. So MaxPax is up 1-0 versus Eggs. And MaxPax is favored. Oh, he is favored to take it 2-0. But we'll see if Eggs can fight back. Otherwise, up next should be a PvZ between MaxPax and Solar. So in the end, the math it worked out. It worked out in our favor. If you remember, we were, as opposed to the other casters that dove onto MaxPax's earlier series, I was hoping that we could line it up to cover the lower semis and upper semis, one after the other. And hey, worked out. Worked out well for us, Pappy. Hey. So with that, we are able to get into our game. We're going to be going on a short break. Again, if you wish to tune into game 2 between MaxPax and Eggs, that is currently being covered by both Pig and Bomyoja in English. And I don't think Enki is live yet, so I don't think it's being cast in Spanish. But they got you covered with the English cast. Beautiful. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. I'm going to get some tea. My throat is a little bit sore. So I'm going to go get some tea. And when we come back, we'll have the upper semis. Right now, the bracket just has not updated. Actually, I'll probably just message the admin. But the upper semis will soon be upon us. Once we get there, we'll jump into MaxPax and potentially MaxPax and Solar, of course. Potentially. So we'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. Hup. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the PiGosaur Cup. PiGosaur Cup number 85 PTR edition semi-finals. I'm of course VIP. Again, we were on a brief break here as we did cover the lower semis, but now we have the upper semi-finals ready for us. As a reminder, ByuN. ByuN is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this next series, MaxPax versus Solar. Let's go. Let us go. MaxPax has just wrapped up his series versus Eggs. Did take him down 2-1. Did go the distance in that final game, by the way. Did go the distance. But now we're getting into our fresh series. Best of 5. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our initial ZVP. I see in chat, haven't been here for a while. GLHF. Bienvenidos. Long time, papi. Long time. Welcome back, papi. Welcome back. I know the PTR has brought forth a bunch of resurgence of players. Of course, last night Solo returned, which was crazy. Bly coming back as well. Some older viewers. Great to see. Great to see. Bienvenidos. As for now, we're going to be settling into our own game, and welcome to our PvZ. Now, I haven't been able to see much of MaxPax at all in this patch. I do know that infamously he went down to G Machine. Previously, that was in last week's Monday Night Weekly, I want to say, and this week's Monday Night Weekly. And we also did have Eggs making MaxPax sweat quite hard in that last series as well. So we'll see how MaxPax can compare to Solar. Of course, in the PTR, we don't just have economy changes, but Protoss has had some massive gateway changes as well. Typically, this means that we should be seeing more defensive play early on out of MaxPax into a more aggressive mid to late game once the gateways come online. But I'm curious to see how MaxPax will approach Old Republic. Let's go, let us find out. We have seen some players play around a little bit when it comes to high-tech openers in regards to like Stargate openers into Robo follow-ups, for example, and going for delayed Twilight Councils. I'm not too certain how viable that is. I think players are still exploring options when it comes to openers and techs of choice. So we shall see. Now we're settling in. So even though I've been saying much of anything new, or has it just been slower starts? I mean, there's been a lot new in regards to mirror matchups, especially when it comes just because you have the same duels, of course, as your opponents, and you can still be more active and aggressive when it comes to pool timings or when it comes to racks timings as well. When it comes to this matchup specifically, ZVP, as we mentioned before, because the gateway changes, we have been seeing a much more defensive Protoss so far, but I haven't casted too much PvZ as of late. That is true. We've been casting mainly TVZ, actually. We've been casting a lot of Terran versus Zerg. And what we have been seeing in TVZ is more 2-base heavy play from Zerg players, and it's actually been quite rare seeing Zerg players against Terran take a faster third. I mean, the game was already heading in that direction in the base live version of the game. If you watch Korean StarCraft, right, you know that Shin, Rogue, Solar, they very often go for delayed third expansions, and we're seeing that more prevalently in the PTR as well. Specifically against Terran. Going into harder 2-base heavy play. And into faster layers as a result. Like we see a little more like as a result of 2-base openers like 2-base lair, 2-base roach, 2-base mailings. Before branching out. Meanwhile, it is going to be a Stargate opener going Void Ray first, not Oracle. With the Void Ray, we can hunt down Overlords, we can deny Vision, deny Scouting, so MaxPax does open up in a bit of a interesting way. With this, we can hide tech, and what do we hide exactly? Again, because of the change of the work rate, we have been seeing players experiment more with like Void Ray opener into second Stargate, into like Tempest rushes and Carrier rushes. That's going to be on the table here for MaxPax, but we'll see. We'll see after the initial Void Ray. And so now we're just joining, saturating, building up our bases. Third base now on the way here for Solar. And we'll see where MaxPax takes us. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. We'll fix up the player names. The reason for that is because ByuN was playing as... he's playing as a barcode in the PTR, so we have to manually add his name. We were casting a little ByuN earlier, so... I apologies. Fixed up. As we have a very fast Forge follow-up, are we are we going for the second Stargate? So fast Forge, Blade Twilight Council, yep, second Void Rays on the way, and we're waiting for a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. There it is. We're committing. So again, this build that we're seeing here has been rising in popularity. There's a reason why we just spoke about this, the idea of going into a Tempest Rush. Before we can get there, though, Lings, they do move out. They do get us around on the Adept. Ooh, Adept is going to go down. Getting one and catching out the other as well. Fire, the Oracle has to race back home to defend, and Lings get a full scout. No, he gets in. Lings, they bust into the main base. He does confirm the second Stargate and the second Void Ray. Big scout for Solar. So Solar, he knows. Solar, he knows, he's aware. And again, if Solar's been playing much of the PTR, he should be familiar with this build, just because we have been seeing this rise in popularity. Going into Void Rays, the Forge is only for cannons to be defensive, to survive against aggression, and then soon we should be working towards a Fleet Beacon. Soon TM. But last now, Solar's aware, so Ling aggression continues. Keeping MaxPax pinned. And behind this, we can build up. Now the question becomes, do we go for the Spire? Do we go for the Hydra Den? Hydras, they do come online a little bit faster, that is true, but Corruptors scale better into a longer game against a greater Skytos army. Fleet Beacon has been thrown down, so no surprises there. Going for the Fleet Beacon. Now we have been seeing players mess around with, I mean, we expect a Tempest Rush, but we haven't seen players mess around with Carrier Rushes. That is weaker against, I mean, it's going to be difficult regardless, just because of the Scouts. Spire is on the way, Corruptors on the horizon. It's looking like a rough game here for MaxPax, just because of scouting. MaxPax played Air Toss or Sky Toss versus X2, surprisingly, I guess, because of the Warp Gate situation. Well, as I mentioned, like, this build here is very common amongst Protoss players at the moment because of Warp Gate. I wouldn't say that this is the meta yet, but it's what a lot of Protoss players are doing at the moment. Instead PTR. I think it's too early to say like whether this is going to be the norm or not. I think it's a little bit too early for that. Because as I mentioned before, we have been seeing some, like we saw Nightmare last night, for example, play around with like double robo follow-ups instead. Like going Gate, Cybercore, Stargate, then double robo into double Colossus. Like we've been seeing players like mess around with stuff like that as well. Into a more like robo heavy composition. I say double Colossus. To be fair, he went Colossus Disruptor, which was crazy. It was as we actually do have a bit of a ground switch here. Okay, so Gateway Explosion, Mothership is on the way. We are starting up Tempest, and we're going into the Twilight Council. This should be for charge lot support. We're getting fast +1, so we're leaning towards Zealots. We're leaning towards eventually Storm as well. We're working on perfecting the army, working on rounding it out with Spellcasters. There's charge, as to be expected. The issue here is this is very tech heavy. It's going to take a while for all this to really kick in. There's a window in time where MaxPax is vulnerable. It is more vulnerable. Corruptors are pushing forward. Delaying the expansion. With that, the base is denied. And it's going to be very difficult for MaxPax to expand. To claim this fourth base, it's it's going to be difficult. We can see Solar, he's sharking around looking for a Tempest, a Mothership, a Void Ray. Hunting for air units. He be hunting that. Now he collapses in, does force against it once again, and gets a Void Ray. Nice Pigo, gets one. One Void Ray goes down. Behind this, we're trying to mass up more additional Void Rays. Solar, does he have a Hive? He does not. This is a little bit greedy here, and it might hurt Solar in the long run. We'll see. As Solar, he does still bully back the army. But Solar chose not to get Infestation Bit, chose not to get a Hive, so no Vipers. No Vipers, no Infestors. Void Rays, they hold their own. Solar's now maxed out. He's pushing forward his creep. He can now start to throw out spores. Personally, I mean, spores here would not be a bad choice. To throw them down in front of the 4th base. As the mothership goes down, nice Pigo. Takes down the mothership, takes down all the Void Rays. And with that MaxPax, he has nothing left. There's going to be nothing left here. We have Roaches on the ground. They break through the Zealots, the Queens, they support. GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, when it comes to going for a Skytoss rush like this, it is heavily reliant on keeping your opponent in the dark, right? It's heavily reliant on hiding it from your opponent and catching your opponent off guard. As we saw, Solar, he was very fast to get in and to confirm. He was able to bust on in with the Zergling, able to confirm both Stargates and the Void Ray production. As soon as you saw that, we just droned on up, got our Queens up and running, and rushed into Spire Tech. So again, that's something that is it was on MaxPax to deny the scout and to keep the build hidden. Was not able to. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be getting to game 2. Going to be loading into Tourmaline. Let's go. Let us go. HL sucks too. That's not true. Again, like, this build exists in the live version of the game, and it does work. Like, people do pull this off. Once again, as I try to emphasize, it all comes down to scouting. It is heavily reliant on catching your opponent off guard and being able to catch them unawares. If Solar failed to scout, if he goes for a standard opener into Ling Hydra, for example, into Ling Bane Hydra, then he'd have a weaker army against the Skytoss composition. But again, because he saw it ahead of time, he just rushed into the Spire. Rushed into Corruptors, got his Queens up running to supports, and then GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the Danish Protoss. Representing Sassum Gaming, it is MaxPax. Now, especially on a smaller map like Tourmaline, we do not expect to see a rush into a second Stargate anytime soon. It is much more difficult to pull that off because of the rush distance by ground. Very short rush distance by ground. Being greedy in such a way is punished even harder on Tourmaline and Ruby Rock. So we expect to see something different out of MaxPax. We'll see if he does go for a robo-heavy style, which we have seen players play around with, or if he has something else up his sleeve. We'll see. We shall see. I do know that MaxPax, the first time he played the PTR was on Monday. So, unlike other players, MaxPax has not been practicing on the PTR and has not been playing and grinding. So we'll see kind of what he's been able to achieve in the past like 3 days. Oh boy, we'll see. Yeah, under 3 days. Another. Now we do poke in. But it was a Monday Night Weekly. Like, that was like his first couple of games playing the PTR, which was this Monday. Solar does take his third. But yeah, it's one of those things where you gotta watch yourself in the chat, in the sense that, like, last game was not about the strength of Skytoss, it was about rushing into higher tech and getting punished for it. There's context as to the outcome of certain games, and we try our best to, you know, make that clear. For now, though. For now, we're going to be opening up so far standard openers. We do see Solo was forced to take the unnatural natural. What's interesting to me here is that Solo does not take the forward base. If this forward base was taken, that'd be more indicative of aggression and potentially an all-in, but Solo, he does take a much more tame expansion instead. With this, we can drone, we can saturate, and we're building up in towards the mid game. Once again, though, a lot of this comes down to Solo scouting and what he's able to react to. We saw that in last game where he reacted to the high-tech rush out of MaxPax. This time, once again, we have a Stargate opener, and we'll see if he goes Void Ray again. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a Void Ray opener into a different kind of tech switch to try to make it look like the same build and then just veer off and go for something different. We'll see. We'll see what MaxPax does show up. And now Adepts, they do threaten the bases. And so far, they will be able to deny some mining at least. Gets one. Yeah, gets one drone, just the one. So far, decent defense here from Solar. And this time, it's going to be Oracle first, not Void Ray. Does open Oracle. Solo, he does move out. The move out is spotted by the Ducklings, so he's aware of the Oracle. We do have a second Oracle behind this, and we're building into what looks to be a more standard build, eventually breaking out to claim that third, and this time getting Warp Gate much earlier. Now, what we have been seeing from, we spoke earlier how, like, rushing into Sky Toss, like, we have been seeing quite a bit of as of late. When it comes to the actual meta, though, we have been seeing a lot more standard play, just Stargate opener into +1 Blink Stalkers, in towards a third base, but just into more defensive play, without warping in Warp Gates. So you get Warp Gate just for the faster gateway production, but that is going to be an earlier Robo. Okay, if you recall, the other thing that we've been seeing, and we did reference Nightmare, never mind. I was going to say we referenced Nightmare was going into Robo heavy follow-ups instead, but here it's going to be Robo into Twilight Council, later Forge out of MaxPax. The earlier Robo has me intrigued though. Are we going for something like, say, an Archon drop opener with like a Templar Archives? Do we go Robo, Twilight Council, Templar Archives, Prism across the map, and then Warp and Eye Templar into Archons? We'll see. That's what this looks like for the time being. Due to the lack of Forge. Are we pulling off the Cristiano pack? The Cristiano. Yep, there it is. This just shows how much we've casted Cristiano. So again, Robo first screams Archon drop. It's going to be a delayed Archon drop, not with Dark Templar, but with High Templar. So you move out with the Prism, warp in High Templar, and then warp in the Archons. This is a build that a lot of the Polish Protoss players are very fond of. So think of Cristiano, think of Mana, think of Geralt, think of Pappy, Rodzin. This was very, very trendy like a year ago. Yeah, around a year ago. Very trendy. As we are waiting for this High Templar, Warp Gates are coming online. Behind this Spire here from Sola. Sola hasn't seen anything, by the way. Sola has very limited vision, but there we go. The Overseer now moves in, and Sola, he's about to confirm the build of choice. So Sola, he will get the scout off. He does confirm the tech of choice. The Robo, the Twilight Council, the Temple Archives is aware of the potential Archon drop. Speaking of, Archon drop is coming. Now, because this build does not incorporate Blink Stalkers, blindly going to Muta like this is going to excel, right? Like, what do we have to answer these Mutas? Well, so far there's been no scouting. Archons, they can hold their own, but they're very immobile. No, he does catch one of them. And will be saved in time. It's going to be close. Oh my god. No, he lost it. He will lose one of the Archons. No, it's okay, save it. Remember that, I thought he lost it. Barely saves both Archons. Very close, very clutch. But once again, Muta play can excel here because 1, there's no scouting of the Spire. 2, there are no Blink Stalkers. There are no Blink Stalkers. So Muta play does thrive against these Archon openers. And this is where I'm concerned for MaxPax. I'm concerned. As Mutas reveal themselves, they're down on the Prism. Oh, force a recall. Do we get the Prism anyway? We do! Oh my god. Prism goes down. We throw down a wall of cannons immediately. We have Phoenix production underway as well. Quick reactions here by MaxPax, but is it too late anyway? Because Mutas, they have arrived. What do we go for? The economy, the oracles. He wants the oracles. Oh my god. And he will get one. He gets one. He's going for the other. Not enough anti-air. Battery does help. Oof. As we come into the middle line, then we can just rotate over towards the main base. Remember, there is no blink, so Stalkers, they cannot keep up. And it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Getting out of control. Oof. As soon as they poke in, they pivot away. GG. GG. And with that, Solar able to quote-unquote hard counter. And Solar takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. That was just really unlucky for MaxPax. Going for the Archon drop opener, as we were trying to emphasize, does leave you especially vulnerable against fast mutas. And Solar, before even scouting, by the way, he already had the Spire on the way. Like, he was already taking up into mutas to begin with, and just happened to have that set up and happened to have the ideal solution to the build that MaxPax was going for. As you mentioned, specifically with this build, you're lacking Blink Stalkers, and we were lacking Vision as well. It was a double Oracle opener, not triple Oracle, so limited Vision, limited Scouting. There is a world where maybe MaxPax does scout the Spire, but the Oracles were back at home, right? They were not across the map. There was limited Vision, limited Scouting, so it did not confirm what was happening. GG. GG, well played when the mutas reveal themselves, and with that, we're getting to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping to game 3 here, and we'll see what build MaxPax whips out this time. So what have we seen so far? Okay, we've seen game 1, Skytoss Rush, game 2, Archon Drop Opener, game 3. We could see, I mean, we still yet to see Robo Heavy play. We could still see something more standard with a much more defensive side instead. I draw MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Celestial Enclave, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing, with the blue Zerg player himself representing himself, leading the series 2-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. Go. Let us go. And again, so far, the builds have been rough here from MaxPax. We are loading into Celestial Enclave, and this is one of those maps where you can be hyper greedy on. We do have the high ground expansion here. We have the ramp coming into it. We have the pocket base as well. So typically, Protoss players are favored on this map because it is very difficult to break a turtling Protoss, but there are ways to bypass that. There are certain all-ins. There are Nidus-based all-ins. There are ground 3-4 base all-ins where you can knock down these rocks and just move in with Lingbane Hydra, or you can play Muta. Like, Muta play is also viable here on Celestial. If you expect your opponent to turtle up and to focus on themselves, then hey, you can get away with Mutas and gain map control and try to harass and punish bases. So Muta play is also much more common on Celestial Enclave, or all-ins. It's usually one or the other. Meanwhile, MaxPax, we'll see how he does approach this. We'll see if he does go for something more standard here. When I say standard, I mean, again, just Stargate opener into a third base, into +1 Blink Stalkers, in towards a more defensive setup, in towards the mid game. Then you get all your gateways online, but we'll see. I mean, honestly, this would not be a bad map to go for a Skytoss Rush on. I would hope that if we hadn't revealed that in game 1, it wouldn't be bad to do here in game 3. But because it was already showcased once in the series, like, that takes away that surprise factor. I mentioned it before that usually you do want to try to keep your builds close to the chest, and you want to be able to keep that hidden and catch your opponent off guard. To show that earlier in the series means that that's already going to be in the back of Solar's mind. So we'll see. We'll see if he still goes for an attempted Skytoss Rush or something different. I'm back. Hope you enjoyed your reporters, papi. Your reporters. Esta es tuna. At least it's free food. It's all good. It's celoso. Regardless, we are going to be opening up. I've made it back in time for the tail end of the semifinals. We covered the lower semis earlier between Q and ByuN. Now we're here in the upper semis. And MaxPax has been having a harder time acclimating here to the new patch. As I mentioned before, MaxPax, he did not play the PTR last week. He did not touch it. This is first week, his first 3 days playing the PTR. 2.5. Here we go. As we do have a bit of a pause, and hopefully everything's okay. Maybe some Uber Eats at the door. True. Maybe. I do. Aye. Told MaxPax the other day you can't go late game versus Zerg without Templar. I see in the YouTube chat. Max, everyone knows that. you think MaxPax doesn't know that? What are you talking about? What? I think if that's in reference to game, is that would have been that reference to game 1? Maybe, but yeah, that's crazy. But he knows. That's something that he was working towards in game 1. There's no room for that in the build that we just saw in game number 2. But just to be clear, there's reasons as to why there was no Storm available in those 2 games. There we go. Here we go. As from here, we are going to be claiming our 3rd. And we still yet to reveal our tech of choice here. So far, it looks like a pretty standard opener based on what, this looks like what we'd see on the live version of the game. But I'm curious to see, again, if we go for the Twilight Council or if we go for another tech structure here from the side of Protoss. Meanwhile, early EVA Chamber out of Solar, this screams +1 melee into a Ling Hydra heavy composition. I spoke earlier how this looks like the most standard build we've seen so far out of MaxPax, and it is. Now there's that Twilight Council. Likewise, most standard opener here out of Solar as well. Going into early EVA Chamber, into earlier upgrades, in towards the mid game with +1 melee. Again, this screams at Ling Bane Hydra. You can try to mix in a Spy with this, but I don't think it's quite necessary, and it does kind of hurt you or slow you down as well, just because of how gas intensive that is. I do think there's a higher chance that we see Solar build up into a 3-base economy, 4th base just for Lava, and then we'll see if he joins up his 4th. That's what I'm curious about. We'll see if he does commit into aggression coming into the mid game. That's from here. Yep, Twilight Council into Forge, into +1, into Blink. This traditionally does lead into Storm, into a Temple Archives once we get our 3-base saturation up and running. Again, this is standard. The one downside here coming into the PTR is that what we expect is delayed... Well, actually, never mind. We have 2, okay. I was going to say, what we expect here is delayed warp gates, but no, we are actually morphing every gateway into a warp gate. Interesting. 4 gateways so far, 4 warp gates, I should say. What I was going to say is that I expected to see a lower warp gate count, getting into higher tech and being more defensive. That would allow Solar to be very greedy, though, to drone up heavily and to build up into 70 workers, then get into his own Ling Main Hydra. But the fact that we actually committed into all these warp gates is interesting to me. Okay. Has MaxPax. Yeah, he wants to be aggressive. Okay. I mean, now we see why. So he wants to be active. He wants to be aggressive. He's moving out across the map. Bearing in mind that we're going to have a smaller stalker count than normal when it comes to this pressure, just because of the commitment into warp gates. But he is forcing out Lings and forcing out units from Solar. True. Behind this, taking up into the Temple Archives. Oracles they will punish. Despite that, we still commit to the surround. Ooh, and these Stalkers are going to go down. Heavy losses here for MaxPax, losing so many Stalkers. Thankfully, does link up into the high ground, does preserve some of them. That was how many of those 4 Stalkers going down. Still some brutal losses. And with that MaxPax, he has to back off. He has to pull away. He has to retreat. Now getting up to 8 gateways. So 4 more gates on the way. But MaxPax is playing with fire here. He's... oh god. Gonna get out of here. Does pull away. Does pull away. And Solar, he's joining up a little bit further, getting up to 80. So he's getting up to 80 workers. So from here, Solar, he's going to snowball out of control. He's going to be able to max out with Lingbane Hydra. And we'll see if MaxPax can survive against that. We'll see if he can hold. We'll see if he can defend. This space here on the left-hand side is very isolated, very exposed. We are opting not to go for the pocket expansion. So this is a bold move out of MaxPax, going for a much more exposed base. Likewise, it's going to be on MaxPax to keep an eye on the rocks on the right-hand side. He's setting up his stasis traps as we speak. Oh, we already bait out one of the stasis traps, though. Yeah, Solar's coming. Solar, he's coming. He wants to bait, and he... ooh, nice body blocking out of MaxPax. Despite that, Stasis Trap still goes off, and here comes Solar. Yeah, he does move in. Storm is not yet done. Storm just not finishing. Banelings, they roll into the mineral line. They do roll in. He wants that Templar. Oh, bit of awkward movement there from Solar. Yeah, bleeding out those Banelings. With that Solar, he pulls away. MaxPax, he does hold. And we'll see if he can maintain the 4th base. True. We'll see if he can defend. As from here, Lings, they do collapse in on the left-hand side. Solo pushing forward. Oh, nice catch on the Templar. 1 Templar goes down. Doesn't quite break through on the right hand side, but there are no batteries here. There is an opening. Yeah, there's an opening into the natural. And he gets up the ramp. And MaxPax out of position. He's out of position again. The defenses here at the natural base were weak. Does force out the Archons, busts into the mineral line, and with that, Solar snowballs out of control. He snowballs out of control. He breaks that natural base. Against MaxPax, he was spread thin. That 4th base is never going to get up and running. And this is too much. Just too much damage here. GG gets called, and Solar, he will claim the series 3-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar, he will advance on. Again, this is the most standard game that we saw at MaxPax, and had a lot of potential as well. Unfortunately, MaxPax, he was lacking defenses when it came to his natural, so there was definitely a vulnerability there. So once Solar got up the ramp, I mean, that was game. That was game. Then there, he crippled the economy, he broke the expansion. MaxPax also chose to take the fringe base instead of the pocket base, which is also much more difficult to defend, maintain, and actually secure yourself as well, as you're forced to split up your army and forced to drag your army over towards the left-hand side as well, which does expose the right-hand flank. True. So there was some risk taken there from MaxPax, so definitely some risk, definitely some chances, and it was punished for it. GG, well played. With that, Solar does advance on. And congratulations, does advance on here to the grand finals. It is going to be a best of 5 between Solar and ByuN. Oh, here we go. Catching in the chat. Since I recall, Solar did play PTR last week. He did. Solar, he was playing the PiGosaur Cup last week. Get ready here for our finals. I do appreciate that MaxPax did showcase a couple of different builds and a couple of different styles here in that series, but once again, I feel like a lot of them in game 1 and game 2 were a little bit more reliant on keeping your build hidden from your opponents and having that surprise factor. They are builds that we do see in the live version of the game, but it's something that you rely upon. It's something that you do kind of whip out from time to time to mix in and to mix up a series, whereas we have seen, especially with the latest PTR patch, like that is something that that a lot of players have to experiment a little bit more with when it comes to having limitations with your gateway army. with that gateway army. But here we go. Sad for Toss doesn't work. I'm not going to mention how nerf Toss are. I don't think there's anything that you're saying that brings anything to limelight, seeing the YouTube chat. We've already spoken about this before when it comes to the patch itself. So if you haven't watched, if you haven't tuned into like the podcast or haven't tuned into our talk shows, when it comes to the PTR, and I was waiting for the series to conclude before discussing it, we have been already quite vocal about the idea of right now Protoss being forced to be too defensive due to the warp gate changes. There are some ideas being floated around when it comes to how to maintain some of these changes and fix them. I think everyone is on board and everyone is aware that right now the warp gate changes are like they're unrefined. They're like undercooked. They can definitely use some do some work, of course. I think I do like the idea of keeping the warp gate changes, but having warp gate be free, so you don't have to pay for it. So then you give players the option to that accomplishes two things. One, you give them the option to have faster production cycles with regular gateways, but also have the option to just have instant warp-ins with the warp gate, and also keeps the strength that Protoss have right now, which we see in other matchups, which is the pylon, right? The pylon warp-in right now is much stronger than previously, so it lets them keep that stronger warp-in, but also have the option to have warp gates be the same way that they used to work as well, where they're just, you know, they're free, so you can just build up your warp gates, and you can choose to have those warp gates to work with, or choose to have like the alternative regular gateways which have faster production instead. I think that's something that a lot of people are like floating around, and I probably agree with the idea of having that change like be a reality. And there's also like they're also floating around ideas for some of the other kind of like changes to the game as well, when it comes to macro mechanics and changing some macro mechanics to compensate for the lower larva counts of Zerg, say in the early to mid game, to try to open up options there. What are some of the other changes? I mean, the ghost, there's still some discussions about the ghost as well. I think in general a lot of people do want more changes than what we've gotten, though. I think another consensus that we've seen is that it does feel like the patch is a little bit tame. Yes, there are some certain big changes, but like when it comes to like strength of certain units and changes to like other aspects of the game, it's still a little bit lacking there, and I think a lot of people want some more changes there as well. But as we have been trying to emphasize, and we spoke about this last night during the Tuna Cup, is that I think more than anything, like what I want at least is iteration. What I mean by that is I'm hoping that we get like an amended or updated version of the PTR soon. That's my hope at least, and then we can like see, oh, okay, these are like the revised, like updated like changes, and then we can like test that, and then we can give more feedback, and then we do that again, right? We do like two, three times. I do know that Blizzard are on a little bit of a tight schedule because of the Classic Cup. For those who don't know, StarCraft and all the Blizzard titles are going to be competing at BlizzCon, and that is in September. So I know that they want to like get this good to go basically for the big event at BlizzCon in September. So that's kind of like what they want, is to have like a bit of a fresher version of the game for like that big stage. So there's a bit of a schedule for that to happen in regards to releasing the patch and fixing up any kind of bugs and having it like good and set to go for September. So I know that that's like looming on the horizon, but I hope that they take the time at this phase of the patch cycle, if you will. But whether or not they do, it's hard to say. I know that a lot of people are a little bit doomer about it because that didn't happen last patch. If you remember, last patch was the Storm patch. When it came to the Storm patch, there was a bunch of feedback provided to the new version of the Storm, and they did change Storm, and they did make a bunch of changes to the patch itself. I think, was it like a Viking change and some other stuff, and they did make changes, but they just sent it live. Like they didn't have like a testing phase with the new version of the game, which definitely did rub everyone wrong, right? Like in a bad way, just because it's like, hey, like, you know, ideally we want to test all this stuff first before pushing it live instead of just going for it, even if you're making changes. So I think that's what we're all hoping for, is that we do get some updates, and we do have that kind of like back and forth when it comes to the PTR. But that's right now, that's just the hope that we have, is that, you know, a bunch of feedback will be taken and a bunch of changes will be made. But we'll see. We shall see. Guys, see SC2 on BlizzCon though. Big stage. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, it is a good thing that StarCraft is going to be at BlizzCon again. Is 100% a good thing. But that does put like a bit of a tighter like schedule on getting all this done and getting it working, getting it up and running in time. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the blue Zerg player, himself, the South Korean Zerg. It is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. On the big stage again. Yeah, for sure. I hope they do it well. I don't think we have a refined like format yet. For those who don't know, at Blizzard there's going to be the Classic Cup, which is going to be, they're going to be featuring, is it StarCraft Remastered, StarCraft 2, Warcraft 3, and Heroes of the Storm, I want to say. Initially I thought there were going to be a bunch of different teams, but I think it's going to be Tastosis, right? Basically, from my understanding, it's like Artosis and Tasteless, they basically like draft some teams, or they're assigned teams, and there's going to be like almost like an esport triathlon, basically, where Tasteless and Artosis, they each have like, you know, like Heroes of the Storm representatives. They both have like StarCraft 2 representatives, StarCraft 1 representatives, Warcraft 3 representatives, and they keep competing each other in a format that way instead. I think I was hoping that there would be more team captains outside of just Tastosis. Like, I was hoping it would be nice if it was like, if we had like Tasteless, Artosis, and then we had like, I don't know, Calder, for example. Like, we had like a Warcraft 3 like captain, like specialist captain. Then we had like, I don't know, like Kalaris for Heroes of the Storm, and like one for like each sort of like, you know, classic game. Like, in my mind that would make sense, and then they face off against each other. But I think from my understanding it's just going to be Tastosis, so it's just going to be 2 teams. Otherwise, we are settling into our first series. Welcome to the Grand Finals. Sounds a bit distracted. Welcome to the Grand Finals. The Grand Finals here of the PiGosaur Cup number 85 PTR edition. We have our TVZ, and so far we have some standard openers here. So far we're going hatch gas pool. I did mention this earlier, but specifically in this matchup we have been seeing a lot more 2vs heavy play out of Zerg players going for delayed third expansions. We'll see if that trend continues here from Solar. Likewise, we have been seeing some cheeky builds out of ByuN as of late. Didn't happen today, but last week ByuN, he was playing around with the Ghost Rush, and he did kill Solar a couple of times with it, by the way. They faced off last week in PiGosaur Cup, and ByuN, he was having fun with the new Ghost and popping off with it. We have yet to see that experience that this week, but we'll see if we see a resurgence of the Ghost Rush. In number 85. Behind this third CC out of ByuN, building up into a very greedy build. If you recall, this is something that we have already seen here tonight. That is a third CC before anything else. Oh, 3 CC 3 racks actually. Okay, I'm assuming it's going to be a 3 racks. This is a build that is typically done against Protoss, but we have been seeing it in the PTR mixed in against Zerg. Assuming that we see a third racks and not a factory, we'll keep an eye on ByuN. Yeah, there we go. So 3 CC 3 racks. Again, this is typically a TVP build. This is very greedy here, as this third base is going to be getting up and running incredibly fast, and it does allow for a stronger mid game as well. And likewise, the follow up here is going to be mass bio, early stim, mass bio. I don't believe that ByuN is going to be pushing with this. This is just to be able to get away with the greed that ByuN is going for. So hyper greed out of ByuN. Meanwhile, behind this, Solar just going for his own hatch gas pool into his later third expansion. As we mentioned, like, later third bases are much more standard in the PTR. Much more standard. Yo, in the chat, stanky, baby, baby. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted. We were. Good to see you, Anki. Good to see you. Sorry, I was a little distracted. But check out what did she make it in? Oh no. Did, okay. I was a little bit scared for a moment there. Sí, tenemos Pacheca. Okay. Oh good. Lo tenemos. As ByuN, he is moving out. This is a bit of a ByuN push as we're pushing pre-stim, so this is a bold move out of ByuN, but this may be able to catch Solar off guard. Behind this, he's got all his queens in position. He has his 6 queens in position, 6 queens and ling reinforcements. Thankfully, ByuN was just posturing. He was just posturing, and hey, he does force out a wave of Zerglings. Does force out some Zerglings, pulls back for a moment. Again, it does wait for some more reinforcements. Stim is still on the way. The temptation is there. But even with Stim finishing, I don't think he'll break this position. I mean, it depends on Solar's reaction, of course. Yep. Queens are ready. ByuN, he spotted the queens. And he pulls away. He pulls away. Stim is finishing up in 2 seconds' time. If ByuN will lose this army, then he will lose control of his third and he won't be able to get it up and running. Bear that in mind. So he has to be very careful with this bio army. Does not want to throw it away. Solar does confirm ByuN's position. And it's getting his lair up and running. Baneliness as well. Building up into Ling Bane. Solar getting ready for a surround or a counterattack even. Oh, comes in from behind and gets us around. Yeah, he gets us around up again. ByuN, he was just overly aggressive. He gets caught out. He will lose everything. Yeah, ByuN will lose every single marine, and with that, Solar snowballs out of control. We can now push towards the third base and deny the third. There's barely anything left. Solar doesn't go for it though. Solar drones. Solar, he's droning, he's saturating. We could totally deny this third base again. There's not much of a bio army here, but does get behind the mineral line. Better positioning now for ByuN, and ByuN will hold. So on the one hand, ByuN did lose a massive chunk of bio, and that was very, very rough for ByuN, but he is able to enjoy a much faster third expansion. So we have a third base. I mean, ideally we have both, right? We have a fast third, and we have a stronger bio army. So this is a shaky start here for ByuN. Shaky. ByuN forced to pick up. Forced to move in. Now going to be deflected. And ByuN, he does trade somewhat well here. Bleeds out one marine. But he's keeping Solar busy. Back at home, he's massing up his army. It's going to be Ling Bane Hydra out of Solar. But again, ByuN, he did lose a little momentum after losing all those marines. ByuN is still recovering. He's still exposed back at home. He's still vulnerable. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. Those marines were taking supply for my eco anyway. True. Smooch. But yeah, very shaky stuff for the Terran, and with that Solar, he's about to max out. Solar's already on 87 workers. He can now look to max out and snowball out of control. ByuN Lackmas claiming his fourth base. Oof. This medevac gets caught. Catching the medevac behind this. We do see ByuN fully walling up. I mean, again, he has to because of his losses, because of his deficit. But it is so difficult to turtle up on Ruby Rock. This is not the map to achieve this on. If we were on Winter Madness or Winter Madness or Celestial Enclave, then sure. Or even 10,000 feet. But yeah, the fourth base is forfeit. We got a lift. 6 SCV kills. And Solo, he does commit in. He does commit in. Oh, doesn't quite push towards the tank though. Just denying mining. Denies the expand. We have the main node over. We're just missing the Hive. Hive is almost done. This will gain access to Vipers. And with Vipers, we can just blind and cloud and break through. Even without them, he gets in. Yeah, the Link Main does get in. The tanks. Ooh, tanks will lead to siege. Massive bailing shots. Massive connections. Marines go down. Tanks are caught out. CC even falls as well. 16 SCV kills. Critical damage. And ByuN is hurting. ByuN is hurting, pappy. And again, trying to turtle up and trying to defend here on Ruby Brook is it's insanely difficult. Insanely difficult here on this map. Short rush distance by ground, open and exposed 4th and 3rd base. Accessible area in between the bases as well, outside of the natural. From here, Solo can collapse in. As ByuN exposes himself. Do we have any Vipers yet? We do. Okay, Vipers are gathering energy as we speak. Ultra Cavern is done. And soon Solo can break this position with his blinding clouds. Soon he can move in. And even if he doesn't kill ByuN, just breaking the expand is good enough. Just breaking the expansion. That's all we need, pappy. So he commits. Yeah, he does pull the trigger. Blinding clouds on the tanks, covering 1, 2, 3, 4 tanks. Oh my god. Covers all the tanks. Does barely get into the mineral line. There we go. 8 SCV kills. The Bio army does stand strong. And now time to remax and do that again, this time with Ultralisks. The Ultras be coming back. We also see Solo rotating towards the top side. As you can see, we do have a heavy concentration of tanks here on the southern bases of ByuN at the 4th base. The 3rd has 2 tanks. I would say 3, maybe 4. I mean, the problem here is that these tanks are much, much further back. They're not really protecting the expansion itself, so this area is exposed. We can see ByuN now fortifying. Solo setting up a run-by. Ultras out of the field. We have our Ultras. We have Kindness Plating. And here comes round 2. The Ultras do need support though. Yeah, they need support. 1 Ultra should go down. D, some blinding clouds. Ling's now going to be trickling in. But a messy engage here from Solar, and Solar, he's going to be deflected. Again, we needed those things earlier to tank. Ultras, they're quite fragile. Like they need support is what I should be saying. They need some kind of buffer as well. Otherwise, they can just be focused down. So that was a rough fight for Solar. I would say that was a bad fight, actually. Like, because Ultras are expensive, right? He threw away all 4 of his Ultras. Expensive losses for Solar. ByuN takes a good fight. He secures his 4th base, finally. And now it's about the 5th. Can ByuN take a 5th expansion? I do like that Soul's taking bottom left. I do think that it's important and crucial that he does take this base and this northern base as quickly as possible. Mainly the southern one. I feel like this base will be the next expansion for ByuN. And there it is. And Solo needs to fight for this. He needs to fight for this expansion. And ideally take resources away from ByuN. If he fails to do so, then ByuN will win this game. As ByuN is switching into mass factory production. Blue Flame into Mech. Again, Mech Ghost is the ideal late game. Yeah, dual composition. Link Main does roll in. Catching out 1, 2, 3 tanks. Not bad. Assuming he gets the final tank, and he will. Yeah, 3 tanks go down. Bane's, oh, they get into the middle line. Late reaction. Late reaction to ByuN. I didn't notice. ByuN didn't notice either. 17 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. And Solar, finally much worth it for Solar. Breaks through the siege line. Breaks through the economy. 17 SCV kills. Solar makes up for his previous fight. He makes up for it. And as a result, ByuN should not recover here. We're still going to rebuild and remax with all those tanks. I believe Solar's getting ready for... Yeah, he's getting ready for Brood Lords. Only one Spire. I would like another Spire, but Solar is lacking gases. Solar has no gas bank. That is a little bit concerning. Now moving in. Cashing out a couple of Medivacs. Ooh. EMP on the Vipers. Despite that, we still break on through. Bailey, do we get the CC? Not quite. Oh my god, so many mules. So many mules. ByuN does hold. Solar's back. He wants those on siege tanks. Basing it in. Oh my god. Once again, a reaction. 19 SCV kills. He breaks into the mineral line. 19 workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, CC was forced to lift. Alright, breaking the caustic spray. Laser trickling in. Getting to the mineral lines. Yeah, it gets into the mineral lines, catching up more mules as well. CC may even going down. Thankfully, there's a repair. Repairs in time. And these should be the final moments here for ByuN, as she was unable to maintain that fourth. There was that one good fight that ByuN had for sure, but that was also Solar like having a bit of a blunder when it came to his own ultra push. But GG gets called, and Solar, he will overwhelm. He will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar, he will take a lead in the series. Oh, just realized that I did not update the scorecard. My apologies. But Solar does take a lead in the series as we get into our best of 5. Once again, winding all the way back here. One of the reasons why ByuN had a very rough game here on the on Ruby Rock was that ByuN, he went for a 3cc 3-racks and he lost a massive amount of Marines. He lost the majority of his army as he was posturing in the center, and he got caught. He got caught with his pants down. He got surrounded. Upon ByuN losing that base, losing that army, he did lose map control. He was forced to turtle. That was the moment that he was just forced to just start to wall up and just turtle up back at home. He relinquished map control. That was game. That was game then and there. I mean, I say that we did see ByuN have a decent fight later on as well. Solar took a really rough fight pushing up the ramp with his ultras, losing 4 ultras at the time, if you recall. But that was the one good fight that ByuN had. Outside of that, like, Solar, he got into the bases, crippled the economy. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg leading the series 1-0. It is Solar. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. As we are going to be building up. It's going to be calming down. Whew. And now welcome to the Old Republic. This is a larger map than the map pool, larger map, longer rush distance by ground. Now typically it's a smaller maps where Terran players are favored because they can be more aggressive and more assertive, but ByuN did lose all that momentum in the beginning of game 1, so he just had to relinquish that. Coming into game 2 here, this is where I'm now going to be concerned for ByuN. These larger maps mean that it is easier for Solar to establish a higher base count, to establish a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, a 6th base and get them all up and running, and to contain ByuN. It's going to be very difficult to defend. ByuN here back at home, the 3rd and 4th bases are much more open, much more exposed, and we've seen many a Terran player struggle to take a 5th base on this map. The 5th base is going to be a big deciding factor whether or not ByuN can maintain it on the Old Republic. assuming we get into a longer game. The other route, of course, is that ByuN is going to try to be more active and aggressive. Personally, we have been seeing a lot more success with that. I'm thinking of Clem as of late, Cure as well, where the best answer on the Old Republic is to be very aggressive and very assertive with drop play, with counterattacks, to keep the pressure up and to keep the Zerg player busy and stop them from punishing your 5th. But it is difficult to achieve that. And again, even Clem and Cure have a hard time on the Old Republic. Again, this map is often vetoed, but you know, we're in a longer series of SF5, so less vetoes available, we get to experience it. In ZVT specifically. There we go. Here we go. So now we're going to be opening up. Once again, we'll see what the follow-up is going to be here. Last game, ByuN did go for a 3cc through axe, and I can't imagine we'll do that again 2 games in a row. We'll be mixing in something else, I'm sure. What exactly? Do we go for a 1-1-1? Do we still go for a faster CC into Banshee play, for example? I think there's a lower chance that solo play is roaches, so going into like a 2-1-1 variation does make a little bit more sense, but we'll see. So now we have the factory, already deviating from last game. Already. So far we are going to be selling in, and it is going to be a 1-1-1. Okay, so interesting here. We go from game 1, which was hyper greed out of ByuN, to game 2, which is much more aggressive, actually, going for a very delayed 3rd CC. I'll be honest, I would have expected these builds to be reversed, where in game 1 we see something more aggressive, in game 2 we see something more greedy. So interesting choice here by ByuN. Again, going for the 1-1-1. This can lead into reacted Hellion Banshee, of course. This can potentially even lead into a fast Armory as well, into a fast Hellbat push. But there's the add-on swap. There's the add-on swap. It is going to be Hellion Banshee into a later 3rd CC. Not overly late. Like, we have seen games as of late from ByuN where he goes into a 3-1-1 setup, then into a 3rd CC. So this is a little bit faster than that, of course, but this is still much more tech heavy out of ByuN. Much more tech heavy. From here, again, we're joining, we're saturating. We do have a cloak on the way here from our Terran player. With this, it's going to be ByuN to find some damage. We'll see if we can get some worker kills. Hellions are coming online. Banshee as well. Back at home, solo droning, saturating, building up, and securing himself as well. Let's go. As it is going to be lair first. Okay, so that's just a 5-10 lair timing here out of Solar. So opening up lair first is a little bit greedier here. It does mean that he's going to be going for delayed upgrades, late Evo chambers, and a later Baneling nest, which is standard. So the cut-in corner is building up in towards the mid game. There's a world where if Solar does not get Evo chambers at all, then we might even go for a faster spy, but there we go. Evo chambers are now thrown down. Again, Solo just being a little bit greedier here. Is being greedy. As ByuN is waiting for that second Banshee. Just gonna be moving in. With his 2 benches, they can one-shot drones. So far, catching out Lings, and wait, that's +1 range. Oh, okay, we're going for a Hydra heavy composition. The goal here should be to go for a very late Baneling nest. Very late nest, going into Ling Hydra. This is something that players like Shin, Solar, and Rogue has been very fond of over the past 6 months. Very fond. It's very Hydra heavy, and it's very intense, very expensive, very gas intensive specifically. The downside here is that without Banelings, it does leave you a little bit vulnerable early on. There is a small window in time where you are vulnerable to aggression, but once you build up your Hydra count, that makes up for your lack of Banelings. This can lead directly into Lurker Tech, or we can deviate after +1 range into +1 melee into Ultras. So it depends on what the follow-up upgrade is going to be. Let's go. But usually this leads into like a big 4 base push. As of now, ByuN does move in. ByuN moves in, cleans up the creep, threatens the center expansion, and Solar he will evacuate. Yeah, it does pull away. And remember what we just said? Without Banelings, we're vulnerable. We just spoke about how going into Ling Hydra like this does leave you a window of time to get damage done. So far, trades well against the Lings, but Hydras are amassing, and they pop out just in time. Whew. That was close. That was close here, but the Hydras have arrived. The low ground expansion is still going to fall, though. It's going to be close. Hydras, they try to break out. Transfuse on the expansion. The hatchery is going to be saved. It's close. Can he get it? Can he? Another transfuse, but it does go down. It does go down just barely. The hatchery falls, and ByuN pulls out. ByuN pulls away. Whew. At least Solar survived. So there's a world where he just dies then and there. As we mentioned, there was that window pre-Baneling where Solar was vulnerable, but he does make it through, but he fails to save the expansion. And with that, ByuN, he's not done. He's not done. He's moving out with another double drop. He does keep up the pace, claiming his own 4th base as well, on time, on par with the 4th base of Solar. Solar, he has to double expand. Here we go, 4th and 5th base. Solar, he's in trouble. He has a weakened economy, weakened production as well. Solar, he needs time to recover, and can ByuN deny the base once again? ByuN catching an Overlord. Stepping forward, and can he force a cancel? He can. Wow, he will force a cancel as well. Massive pick off denying the 5th. And Solar is in trouble. Behind this, still working on that 4th expansion. ByuN still not done. Dropping in towards the main. Likewise, we do see an army mustering up in the center. Solar has no vision of this yet, but now he does spot this. Yeah, does spot, does recognize. He reacts. Racing back home. Remember, there is no Baneling speed. True. There's a bit of an oversight here. Solar did forget it. It was already delayed because of the build of choice. Drop into the main base, distracting. We do see the main army moving in. And Solar, he's got slow banes. They should not connect, and they won't. Yeah, every Baneling goes down. Massive loss here for Solar. And does he lose the base for a second time? Or we can just fight the Hydras. Yeah, we can just fight the Hydras instead. Tanks are behind this. Heavy losses for Solar. Takes down the expansion. Massive pick off. Solar just cannot get a 4th base up and running. And he's being outscaled. Solar's being outscaled over time. He just cannot get a 4th. ByuN moving out, reinforcing. ByuN, I believe, did end up losing his double drop. Yeah, so he did lose his double drop across the map, so he did end up losing that in the main base. Bear that in mind. That does slow ByuN down a little bit. If Solar is given time to recover, then he will be able to. Referring to the center expansion, the base on the right-hand side. Lurker Den is on the way. Hive is done. There is a chance that we can build up into Lurkers and take a better fight, but Solar, he needs some breathing room here to actually get into his tech. He needs time, baby. And ByuN is giving him a couple of moments here, but here he comes. ByuN is pushing. No. Yeah, ByuN, he wants that expansion. Remember, there's still no Baneling speed. Baneling speed only just now began. After there's already Hive, by the way. And all of this just came down to the aggression, right? There was just so much aggression out of ByuN that Solar, it slipped his mind. Slipped his mind back. ByuN moves in. Once again within range of the expansion. Solar at least has a 4th base now up and running, but his 5th will fall. And the question is, does ByuN keep pushing through the center, or does he rotate towards the now 4th expansion? What's the plan? Now cleans up all the creep. Mainly speed still 12 seconds away. Yeah, still 12 seconds. Just now finishing. And it does finish up, but we do clear up so much creep though. Oh my god. All the creep is receding. Solo looking for one big fight. He's got his Vipers, he has Blinding Clouds. True. Oh, if ByuN clumps up here, he's going to be in trouble. Tanks, they do decently spread out, okay. Tanks do spread. One of them caught on siege. Banelings, they crash into Marauders. We have a couple of Blinding Clouds covering 3 of the tanks. All 4. All 4 tanks are covered, and with that, ByuN, he is forced back. Oh my god. Banelings, they still don't connect. Yeah, no magic connections. ByuN, he does hold his own. Kai's back against the Zerglings. Trades well. And here comes a counterattack. The backstab into the mineral line does thankfully pull away in time. Solo, he reacts. He reacts, he pulls away. Solo defends. Oh no, the one mailing. Oh my god. And Solo, he's holding, Pappy. He's barely holding on. But again, there's no creep, right? There's no creep, there's no presence on the map. Solo, he's barely surviving. Meanwhile, ByuN has so much more freedom, establishing his 4th and now establishing a 5th base as well. And we alluded to this kind of game state at the beginning of the game. Do you remember what we said about Clem? How players like Clem and Cure, the best way of addressing Old Republic is to be hyper aggressive and to keep the Zerg player back at home. To keep them back at home, because once the Zerg player gets comfortable on the Old Republic, it is so difficult to defend the low ground and the high ground expansions. They're just so isolated, so spread out, so vulnerable. But here, a lot of Terran players on this map, they just make sure that the Zerg player never has a chance to be active, never has a chance to push out. So far, ByuN has pulled that off. Lurkers have arrived though, true. We have our Lurkers. Banelings, they smash in. Jesus, we have how many so far? 8. 8 Lurkers have arrived. They do have range, they have hive upgrades. There's some moving in. Land 2 snipes. Snipes, they pop off. At the same time, Solo, he does finally get across the map for the first time this game. For the first time. Gets across the map, gets into the mineral line. That's going to be 5, 6, 7 SCVs going down. Very nice damage. 7 workers at the same time. ByuN trying to gain ground. Nice on the right hand side. Solo doing everything he can to break out. Oh, the ghost! No, the idol! Oh my god. Yeah, miscontrol there. ByuN, he does not pay attention. The ghost getting put out. Heavy losses there for ByuN. Losing 3 ghosts. Oh my god. Lurkers, they catch at the Bio Army as well. And Sola, he's done it. He's recovering. What does Sola have? Sola, he gets his 4th base up running. And for the first time in a long time, the 5th base is fully operational as well. He's getting his 5th. Now double expanding, getting a 6th, getting a 7th base. You can see very quickly here the tides are turning. The turns are tiding, baby. True. The table is turning here in favor of Solar. He's now gaining map control away from ByuN. And now it's going to be ByuN defending. It's going to be ByuN stuck at home. Back at home, this northern base is a little bit more exposed. Solar is maxed. How many Vipers? 2. 2 Vipers for Solar. Solar, he can now breathe easy. He can now recover. Finishing up 3-3 upgrades. And we'll see what kind of angle Solar goes for. Do we go for that low ground expand, or do we try to rotate towards the top side instead? As you can see, ByuN is spread very thin. He's spread very, very thin here. In between his bases, throwing down more CCs. He needs that SimCity. He has to create his own defensive position here with those planetaries. Initially command centers. Soul's army gets spotted. We are lacking tanks here. Again, this is a much more exposed expansion. Comes in for the flank, gets 1, gets 2 tanks. Nice pickups. Again, ByuN, he's not in position. Yeah, ByuN now trying to transfer over. Same time, that's a kill, not a cancel, and I believe that was 2 CCs. rough rotation. Lurkers on the top side. There is an opening here because there are no tanks. Again, there's still a very vulnerable position here for ByuN. Lurkers are waddling in. Yeah, they roll towards the planetary. Massive shots going off. Soul distracting ByuN. And he does not get the CC. That's going to be every lurker going down. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, big risk here was not worth of a solo. Losing how many? Was that 7? 11. 11 lurkers going down. To be fair, I think 2 of them went down earlier. So around like 7 to 8 lurkers. But a heavy losses there for Solar. ByuN not claiming a forward expansion. Getting a 6th base. Oh. Solar does collapse in. Lunging forward. Can he get the ghost? Can he get him? Bailings, they barely catch one. Again, just dragging the army through tank shots. Yeah, massive tank blow is going off. The planetary is exposed. Bailings, they roll in, and he gets in. He gets into the mineral line. Massive damage here. SCVs are falling at the same time. Now the swarm members in the bases is going to be shut down. ByuN, he defends back at home, but he fails to defend that forward base. 19 SCVs here going down. We did mention earlier that defending that low ground and the high ground at the same time is very difficult for even the best players in the world. For ByuN, Clem, Maru, even they struggle on the Old Republic in this game state. That's why I mentioned earlier that they heavily rely on being hyper aggressive to end the game early to contain the Zerg player to stop this game state from happening. Once we get here, I mean, again, even Clem and Maru struggle. They struggle, papi. Nidus into the main. Nidus into the main base. Yo, we got the token swarm host. Let's go. The token swarm host. Vamonos, papi, vamonos. As Pureling does run in. Not the most efficient trade here from Solar, as he will lose his entire army, but he does get 3 tanks. 3 tanks go down. Nidus into the main. Lurkers, they do barely make it past liberation zones. Oh, never mind. Oh, Jesus. So the heavy losses. Oof. As what is that? 3 Zerglings get in. 10, 11, 12 workers going down. Oh no, miss rally. No. And miss rally at ByuN as well. ByuN falling apart a little bit here. But again, he cannot sustain these losses. He needs another expansion. Ultra's now on the way. Now, there is one thing to be a little bit concerned about, is that Solar, his transition into Broodlords is going to be delayed. It does mean that if ByuN at any moment starts to defend against these pushes and starts to fortify his 5 bases, then Solar's going to start falling behind. That's a big if, though. We have had a bit of a lull here, though. Like, ByuN has been given time to rebuild his position, to set up. The game is now slowing down a little bit. That is benefiting ByuN. As ByuN is now caught up in supply again. ByuN has caught up. Solar collapsing in. Oh, there goes. Here goes, they pull away. Tank flow is going up. Once again, 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks going down, but the ghosts do survive. Yeah, they kite back in time. Likewise, all these corruptors have now been spotted. And do we start Viking production soon? It's going to be a little bit of everything. Ultras first. Greater Spire still on the way. I believe the upgrades for the air units is still lacking. Yeah, only +1. Only +1 flyer attack. So Solar, he's lacking upgrades for the Broodlords. That may hurt him here. Especially with ByuN now claiming a 6th. 6 bases on the way. Solar, he cannot let this base get up and running. Cannot let that happen. ByuN moves in. Again, he's setting up. CCs, turrets, tanks. This is looking very secure. Still needs more time, though. And Solo moves in. Oh my god, good. Catches out the Marines. Yeah, ByuN Army gets caught. The tanks, they do catch a couple of tanks. Sorry, Ultras get a couple of tanks. But ByuN is holding. ByuN is holding on. The planetary is getting up and running. This is now becoming concerning here for Solar. Solar supply blocks as well. Oh, good. Supply block at 166. Oh, no. This is slowing down Solar. And this means that ByuN, can he finish up his SimCity here? Can he finish it up? Solar making a massive wave of Corruptors. 12 Corruptors on the way. He wants Broodlords. He wants them. The other scary thing about what's happening here is that the reason why, one of the reasons why we emphasize that we need to stop this base from getting up and running is that ByuN has now unlocked at top left. This is a fresh base, by the way. Solar did not mind from this. That's a fresh expansion, and that means that ByuN, he can maintain this army, and he's slowly pushing towards the bases of Solar. So this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. Yeah, ByuN scans, make sure there is no hatchery. ByuN should be feeling good about that scan as well. He's like, oh, it's a fresh base, okay. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, Solar, he still needs to engage in a fight to free up supply to Morphin Broodlords. Does need to throw away supply. Lings, they try to trickle in. Hey, they get a tank, not bad. And hey, we're throwing away the Zerglings to free up said supply. So just +2 flyer attack on the way. There's no +1 like flyer carapace. You go 6 Broodlords now morphing in. And I don't think the scan has spotted this. So limited vision, lack of scouting here. ByuN, he has a really secure position against Broodlords, sorry, against Ultras, against a ground heavy composition. Against Broodlords, he has Ghosts, that is true, but he needs Vikings. Vikings, ideally some Thors. How many Ghosts does he have actually? 11 Ghosts. Broodlords are revealed. Now he knows. Yeah, now he knows. And he's stuck with all these tanks. Does have some time to react, some time to respond. Now he confirms. Once again, though, thankfully for ByuN, upgrades are lacking for these Broodlords. These are 1-0 Broodlords. 1-1. My apologies. There is +1 flyer carapace. So 1-1 Broodlords. Solar, he does commit to a counterattack. He wants to get rid of this ground army. He wants more Broodlords. But the planetary holds. Solar throwing away a bunch of supply. Oh, ByuN rotating towards his base. Okay. Does rotate. Yeah, the expansion is forfeit. Solar cannot defend. Nice pick up here by ByuN. Very nice. And we see Solar switching into Broodlord Infestor. Now, fun fact, last week we saw ByuN kill this army, by the way. ByuN did defeat Solar going Broodlord Infestor. The reason for this is because of the new ghosts. Because snipes are coming in and they cannot be interrupted. Yeah, massive snipes getting 1, 2, 3 Broodlords, 4 Broodlords even. Oh my god, heavy losses there for Solar. Now, 5 Broodlords going, Jesus, 5 Broodlords go down. For those who are unaware, the new ghost can no longer be interrupted by damage, which means Broodlord Infestor is weaker. Fungal growth now no longer counters the ghosts, and that there's that dynamic that has been taken away. There have been people that have been recommending certain changes where maybe the ghost cannot be interrupted by damage, but specifically the fungal growth does have like a silence available to it. So that would be the one way to try to deny a snipe. I know that people have been floating around that idea. But as it stands, ghosts are very strong here. And again, that Broodlord Infestor composition is weaker than it is in the live version of the game. As top left is now being taken, as we mentioned, that once you take this center expansion, top left is now available for the Terran, and ByuN is getting out of hand. Here go the snipes. Gets 2 more. Oh my god. Forcing friendly fire, by the way. Yeah, you can see this on Siege. ByuN killed like 3 of his own ghosts. Oh my god. Ah, no. A crazy friendly fight here. I want to say the tanks killed more ghosts than the broodlords, actually. It's crazy. Meanwhile, ByuN takes down center right, now going bottom right. Actually, he already killed center right as well. That's 3 bases going down. Oh my god, Solo, he's hurting. Solo losing 3 expansions. Solo doesn't have much mining going on. More broodlords morphing in. And now that we have time to respond, now we have Vikings. Vikings have arrived. Thors are on the way as well. ByuN, he's perfecting his army. He's still on the way though. Like he's still getting caught mid-transition out of like Liberator tank and into Viking Thor. ByuN isn't there yet, but he's getting there. Oh, ball position. Snipes to catch the Viper. Ooh, Viper gets caught as well. Funny to me that people thought these sorts of games would go away. No one of any serious notes thought that these kind of games would go away. So Mito, be careful not to be lost in Reddit, because Reddit's full of people that don't play StarCraft. Be careful, man. Be careful. Oh. Solo does catch out some tanks. Very nice. Yeah, does catch out the tanks. Fungal on the Ghost. The Ghost, one of them does go down, catching out 3. Yeah, 3 Ghosts go down. Solo does catch some decent amount of units, but you can see Solo is burning through his bank. He's burning through his bank as well. Bear that in mind. Can he get on top of this final Ghost? Can he get there? Oof, he cannot. He pulls back to his tank line. More liberation has arrived. So my friend, okay, well, it sounds like your friends are Redditors, is what I'm saying. Sounds like they don't play StarCraft. Oh god. Be careful, baby, be careful. Ay, ay, ay. Solo, he breaks out. Yeah, breaks out, catching a planetary. Does deny a base, thankfully, but Solo, he's been losing bases left and right here. And Solo, he's out of money. Solo, he's out of minerals, he's out of his bank. As we mentioned earlier, as soon as ByuN took this position here, he skyrocketed ahead when it came to his own income. And Solo, he's burned through his bank. And ByuN's done it. He's pushing through. Oh, yes, be careful though. Be careful not to be locked down. Ultras, they collapse in. Can we get on top of the Ghost? Nice fungal. Gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. Yeah, 3 Ghosts get caught out. And a much better. Oh my god, another fungal lands. He gets the Ghost. Just barely. Yeah, heavy losses there for ByuN. A planetary goes down. But remember, Solo cannot replace this. He cannot replace this army. So Solo, he just threw away all of his Ultras. ByuN behind this, still building up. Production still going strong, and there's still plenty of Ghosts left over. I want to say ByuN just saw 7 Ghosts, but he still has plenty here to work with. Oh my god. Yeah, fungal lands, we have those snipes. Cashing out another Broodlord. It does catch the Broodlord. Meanwhile, Solo, he's going to keep going. Yeah, he has to keep going, pushing top left. This is all we have left, Bappy. Let's go. 2 Ultras, 6 Broodlords. Ay, ay, ay. Oof. Catching on the Broodlord, down to 5. 5 Broodlords left. I like how they both burn through some of their some of their banks, and together they'd be amazing. But ByuN is out of gas. Meanwhile, Solo's out of minerals. Solar, he has no income here. Liberator's denying more mining, killing more drones. No. It doesn't have much of an economy to begin with. More mining's being denied. And ByuN is the first to max out. Again, ByuN had the bigger bank, so ByuN's the first to max out. First to remax. Again, Solo is still very much so hurting. He was able to out-trade ByuN earlier, but just had that one fight. No, the Broodlords, they're caught out. Oh my god, losing 2 more Broods down to 3. 3 Broodlords left. They get caught out in the open. Lane Bane trades with the Hellbats. Ghosts have arrived, and the Ghosts will snipe everything. They snipe everything. GG gets called, and ByuN will tab the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're tied up 1-1 here. Once again, we did see the dynamic of the Old Republic. ByuN was hyper aggressive early on, denying the 4th and the 5th base over and over and over again, which was solid, but he was unable to keep that up. Eventually, Sol was able to get his 4th and 5th base up running. The moment that happened, ByuN had to turtle. He was forced to back off, forced to turtle up, and it is very difficult to turtle up here on this map. We've seen Clem and Maru, even in recent weeks, struggle to do so in the Old Republic, but ByuN, he pulled it off. He did sustain some losses, that is true, but if you remember, there was a moment where where Solar took a really bad fight into tanks, where he overextended with his Lings, where he threw a bunch of supply away, and especially because it was such a Ling heavy composition, it was very larva intensive. It took a long time for Solar to rebuild after that loss. That actually allowed ByuN to reestablish his 5th base and to build up his SimCity as well. And as soon as that happened, ByuN, he secured his 5 bases, and then he could start working on his 6th base, and Solar could not stop him. On top of that, we were being a little bit critical of Solar for having a bit of a shaky transition into Broodlords, specifically no double spire. There was no double spire, no double upgrades. So remember, we mentioned it at the time, when Broodlords hit, they were 1-1 Broodlords, where ideally you have 2-2 working on 3-3 if you're working on it ahead of time. The Broodlord transition was more of an afterthought out of Solar. We have seen that before, where Solar was hoping he could end the game early. Like, he was hoping he could kill ByuN pre-Broodlord, but he failed to do so. So he was stuck with Broodlords and stuck with like a worse or lower tier, lower tech Broodlord composition as a result. With that, ByuN was able to hold his own. He was able to fight for that center expansion, and once he got up and running, he snowballed out of control. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game 3 and spawning in the top right-hand corner. Top right-hand corner here of White Rabbits, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg. Being forced into that series, it is Solar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is a ByuN. Here we go. Here we go, as we are getting into the rest of our game. Sniping uninterruptible now is broken. I mean, we spoke about this earlier, how we've been floating around the idea of another way to maybe have the Ghost keep some of that strength, but not all of that strength. As I mentioned before, like, ideas floated around of having the snipe still be uninterruptible, but specifically have something like fungal growth be a silence, and that would be the exception to the rule. So that would mean that Ghosts, they can still do well against lurkers, for example, where lurker shots wouldn't cancel Ghost snipes, but fungal growth still would, and have that kind of interplay and dynamic instead. The one downside of that is that it is a little bit, it's not the most like clean answer or clean solution, just because it's not the most intuitive, right? They're like, oh, like the Ghost, you know, has uninterruptible snipe, but only in certain circumstances, and that like complicates certain things when it comes to dynamics, and that's maybe like not a clean solution, and maybe not the best solution because of that. But you know, we'll see what is done to said Ghost. But as I mentioned, as we were mentioning during the game itself, like I was emphasizing that Broodlord Infestor is now weaker than what it once was, because it doesn't cancel the snipes. And it's now no longer like the best answer for like a ghost heavy composition. I think we spoke about this last week. If you remember, last week I was asked a question in the chats after Solo lost his series, like, hey, like, do you think like does Solo, does he need more like Broodlords, or does he need more like Infestors? Like, what's kind of the best solution here? I floated the idea of maybe having to approach late game Terran kind of like late game Protoss. So against late game Protoss, Skytoss armies, for those that are unaware, the Zerg composition is Broodlord, Infestor, Corruptor, Viper, Lurker. Oh, this is some latency. Oh. No, what? No! I'm here! Oh. Hold on, I'll fix this up. Yeah. I'll leave. What's what? But I'm here. I'm not lagging on Twitch. The hell? the PTR is dying on me. Ah. Feels PTR, man. Oof. Smurge, papi, smurge. But yeah, like our internet connection's fine. We're connected to Twitch. We're streaming. But specifically, you can see here, like the PTR's like dying on me. The PTR, papi. No. Hopefully that clears up. Hopefully. But what were we saying? As the game will continue, a bit of a shame that we're going to be missing out on game 3, but we'll do our best. We'll do our best to get into game number 4. Alright, we were talking about late game ZVP compositions. How in ZVP you don't just have Broodlord and Fester, you have other spellcasters, but you also have like you have ground support with the lurkers, and that will help punish like ghosts pushing forward. Not with snipes, obviously. Like with denying the snipes, so just doing more damage and just having that punishing kind of interplay. That might have to be the go-to if something like this is pushing through, is to have a little bit more of a complex army composition to help protect your Broodlords. Otherwise, they're just so vulnerable. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what changes end up occurring. Otherwise, feels PTR, man. Something wrong on Blizzard's end? I mean, I don't know if it's related to SE2 or specifically the PTR servers. I don't know. I don't know. But there have been some lag spikes recently, like even affecting the players as well. Has been happening. Just catching up in the chat. Sorry, I was fixated on the game itself. Shout out to How May in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. 2 months. Enjoyed the GSL and RSL so much. Thanks to you. Always superb casting. Oh, thank you, How May. Thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. I do apologize. We were not able to co-stream RSL, the finals. Specifically that weekend, there was a bit of an emergency, like an IRL emergency. So I wasn't able to cover the RSL finals, but regardless, I'm glad you enjoyed what we covered. Glad you enjoyed. Love the recaps Live VIP does at the end of each game. Really informative and blown away that he remembers all those details. A stellar caster. Oh, thank you, Fractal Cact. Thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. We do our best. Do our best. I won't have a recap for this game though. That's true. Smurge. But yeah, hopefully these issues clear up. Hopefully. Nice. I guess until then, if you want to tune into the rest of this series, you can check out the other 2 English casters. We have Bomioja and we have El Chanchito as well. El Chanchito. If I do lag out of the next game, then I'll just raid one of them. I'll just end the stream. If the connection isn't resolved by now. But yeah. It might just be, I don't know. I was going to say it might be specific, like the connection from Australia to the PTR server, but Pig is still in there, and Pig is also in Australia, so I don't know. Smurge. I guess for now we're going to be going on a short break. Because now we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have the rest of the tournaments. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Patty. See you soon. welcome back everyone, welcome back. Whew, I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST. I do apologize as we did miss out on game 3 of this series. Again, we just lagged out of not even just the internet, just of Blizzard. Our connection to the PTR server just died on us, so unfortunately we did miss game 3, but did go the way of Solar. We saw some intense mid game. It was a much shorter game compared to the previous one, but we saw Solar just pop up when it comes to counterattacking, aggression, harassment, cashing out the main army in the center of the map as well, and just snowballing out of control. But now we're getting into game number 4, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the blue Zerg player, we have the South Korean Zerg. Leading the series 2-1, it is Solar. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Terran player, we have the South Korean Terran representing Shopify, it is ByuN. Not MaxPax, god damn it. No. If there's another game, then I can fix that up afterwards. Smurge, might be Smurge. But as I mentioned before, hopefully our connection to the PTR server is stable. If we do lag out for a second time here, then I will just leave the game and most likely raid either El Chanchito or El Bolmioja. Give him one of the raids. It doesn't feel good. Especially because it's outside of our control, right? Like, it's just, you know, the connection was fine, it's just specifically PTR related or Blizzard server related, but hopefully it's all good. Hopefully we can calm down as we are getting into game 4. So far we are going for a gasless opener, so no gas is being taken here from Solar. It's going to be delayed gases out of our Zerg player. There's a higher chance that as a result of this we do build up into 2-base Roach or 2-base Lair, as link speed is going to be heavily delayed for the Zerg. Back at home, ByuN going for his own standard opener here as well. CC first. Oh, okay. So ByuN is cutting corners and Solar is also cutting corners as well. Welcome to Title Citadel. Again, it's a larger map of the map, longer rush distance by ground. But what I will say is that the bases are very spread out and it is very difficult to play a long game on this map. Very, very difficult to play the mid to late game because of the rotations between all these bases. It can be very, very difficult. So we'll see how we approach this, as so far, again, both players are cutting corners, building up into the early to mid game, and we'll see where our players take us from here. Ooh, Solar even goes for a third hatchery before a single gas. That's how committed we are to gasless. So much greed here out of Solar. The greed, man. 3 hatch before gas. Now, I'm almost certain at this point that this should be for Roachblade now. If it was just a 2-ace opener, gasless, then I lean towards Mutas and a faster Lair. With 3 hatcheries, then I feel like it's going to be Roachblade. It'd be far too greedy to go into a Lair and to go into a Spire from this position. But we'll see, because Solar, I mean, technically this can lead into 2-base Hydra. Like, 2-base Hydra is a thing that Shin mixes in, that Solar mixes in as well. But again, that's off of 2 bases, not 3. We'll see. We shall see. So now, we do have the CC first into a 1-1-1 from ByuN, so a much more aggressive and assertive mid-game here from our Terran player, early to mid-game. Getting to his own reacted, I would imagine, reacted Hellion into Banshee play as well. We'll see if we go Medevac instead, as we are keeping the reactor on the racks for the time being. Interesting. So we can go Medevac instead and drop across the map. Well, there's that Roach Warren, as to be expected. We mentioned earlier that the Roach Warren and the Roach play is much more common after a gasless opener, especially after a third. And ByuN is just now getting scouting information. Remember, ByuN did not go Reaper first, he went CC first, so ByuN, he only just now sees anything Zerg related. As he does check the third base, already done. Already complete. Behind this, going for the third CC, did go Medevac first. No add-on swap, no Banshee play. Is going for the Marine drop into Hellions, and we'll see if we can hunt down some Overlords. There are some exposed Overlords out there. Otherwise, Roach production has begun. We have an Evo Chamber looking for +1, so these are signs of a longer game state. Joining up behind this as well, so it looks like Solo's going for a fake out. He's going to be making Roaches to defend, to maybe poke across the map, but not to commit. As Roaches are revealed. Roaches are revealed. Overlord is hunted down. So now we're just getting map control, being active. So far, this initial marine drop hasn't achieved too much damage here. I mean, hunting down an overlord, gaining some map control. Ooh, meanwhile, we're going into a very fast infestation bit. So again, there should be roaches, a greedy opener, roaches into infestors, into ultra tech. That's going to be a big power spike here for Solar, is to take up into ultras. One drone goes down. Takes it a drone. Oh, drone does get a worker. We'll force a cancel. And right now it should just be Solar just defending, just turtling up, defending, keeping up with all the drop play, all the aggression until he gets into Hive tech. That's what we're expecting out of Solar. Can he get to the Hive? So now we have a Bailey Nest. So link speed is kicking in. Hive has now begun. ByuN, has he seen the pits? I believe he has not. Yeah, he has not seen these visitation pits. He has not seen the Hive either. What I will say though is that ByuN scouting the Roach base opener does scream Ultra Tech, so he should be aware of the trajectory of this game. The issue though, of course, is that Solar's getting there quite quickly, and I don't know if ByuN will be able to keep up. He needs to move out soon. There's a window in time where he can try to break Solar pre-Ultra Tech and pre-Hive Tech. We'll see if he can. He needs to try to punish. ByuN pushing forward. Bailey's are not ready. Just letting Roach Ravager. They hold their own. Yeah, plenty of Roaches, plenty of Ravagers as well. Tank is focused down. Nice pickup. Brings down the tank. You got the tank, more of the Marines. Oof. Solar just buying time for reinforcements, and Solar does hold. He holds on, bringing down the tank. Hive is about to finish. Ultras on the horizon. Again, ByuN is in trouble. The pressure is still very much on ByuN. ByuN forced to wake up, forced to pull away. Another double drop on the top side as well. Again, ByuN trying to find the opening here. Oh, Del takes the Bailey to the face. Pushing in the top side. Likewise, he will apply pressure towards the south side as well. And again, pressure is nice, but the reality is Hive is done. Hive is done. Ultra Cavern is complete. We have kindness plating on the way, and Ultra production is now underway for Solar. This pressure from ByuN has not been good enough. He's just been fighting for creep more than anything. As ByuN is reinforcing. Does try to reinforce. I will say that ByuN is getting ready for this in the sense that he does have a high Marauder count. With a higher Marauder count, he can hold his own and trade against a low amount of Ultras. True, true. Can trade against them. Meanwhile, there's a Viper. No Infestor. No Infestors, no Microbial Shroud or Fungal, which is a little bit odd. Especially in the new patch, we have been seeing a lot of Microbial Shroud play. But not out of Solar. Yeah, not coming from Solar. Not in this game. Yeah, they'll take down the 5th base, not bad. Snipes the 5th. Solo going for his own backstab, going for his own Ling Roach counterattack. Oof. And doesn't get in. Whew. Okay, nice, very nice mine shots. Oh my god. Those mine shots were crazy. ByuN holds. ByuN heals nicely. Solo forced to back up. Solo forced to back off. So far we have only 3 ultras. Yeah, still a bit of a lower ultra count. And ByuN is transitioning nicely. He's taking the center expansion. We have a limited production underway. Ghost Academy's on the way as well. He's working towards Ghost Lib. That will be the ideal against a heavy ultra composition. ByuN's getting there. Yeah, it's almost there. $1,000 the gold. Nice, a gold base. Double expanding as well. Going for the center base and also a 5th as well. Sorry, a 4th. A 5th. ByuN is getting out of hand. He's getting out of hand, and we're still waiting for Soul to be somewhat active here. Again, without Microbial Shroud or without Blinding Clouds, I don't really think he has much pushing power here. ByuN's getting out of hand. Solo, he needs to move in. He needs to push forward. He goes to the power bomb instead. Oh, when the ultras are going down. Yeah, does snipe some of the ultras. They should all fall. At the same time, nice in counterattack. Gets into the mineral line. Distracting ByuN. Going for the Academy, actually. Won't quite get it though. A little bit greedy there. Academy does survive. Deny some of the command centers. But still no meaningful damage is dealt. Just getting a couple of SCVs, trading with the Bio. Still not good enough. Now getting up to 5 Ultralisks. I'm still really, I say torn. I still don't really like actually the Solar. He's just not getting any spellcasters. Like, there's still no infestors. These ultras, they cannot trade well on their own. As the ultras are just being thrown away. Being thrown away here. Link counterattack running into reinforcements. ByuN defends back at home. More ultras just going down. And ByuN's getting out of hand. He's getting out of hand. He's doubling out control. Snipes of the Ultralisk and another. Down to 0 ultras. Oh, nice Link counterattack there. Some nice run bys. But once again, just to re-emphasize, without Microbial Shroud or with Fungal Growths or with, I mean, Binding Clouds wouldn't really help here, but like without some Infestor support, these ultras are so vulnerable. And Solo, he just refuses. Refuses to take up. These are expensive losses. We'll see if Solo can get there. We'll see if he can break down one of these bases at least. If we can slow down ByuN. He can collapse in. Oh, yeah, Viper has arrived. EMP on the Viper, so no spells. Oof. Yeah, brutally EMPs. And Solo, he will at least kill the 5th. 5th base is going to go down. This may be one of the better trades this hole has had in quite some time. That's the base, backs off. We spoke with this at the start of the game, but specifically here on Tactile Citadel, getting a 5th and getting a 6th base up running is going to be very difficult for the Terran. These bases are very far away. Oh, and Solo going for a Doom Drop. Okay, let's go. Sets up for the drop. Oh no, he gets scouted. Scan for the base, finds the drop lords. Ay, ay, ay. At the same time, ByuN gets into a mineral line. A drone's going to be going down. Does force a reaction out of Solar. It does force that reaction. Here we go. You can see ByuN getting ready for the Doom Drop. Solar does not pull the trigger. He knows he got scouted. So mature decision here from Solar. Good call. And even though Solar's had some worse fights, the reality is that Solar does still maintain a better economy. It's still more bases, better mining. Hey, it does get 2 free tanks. 1, 2 tanks go down. Here come the snipes. Oh my god. Yeah, massive snipes going. Oh, Jesus. Every Ultralisk goes down. Are we going to make a single infestor this game? A single one, badly. No. We're just gonna keep just ramming our face into a brick wall with ultras. Okay. ByuN breaks out. When it comes to mining here, at least Solar has saturated bottom left and he has prioritized saturation. He does need to take top right though. Rotates to the center. What kind of upgrades do we have for the Corruptors here? Just +2. Okay, +2 is on the way. No +1 Flyer Carapace yet. Just the 1 Spire. I bring this up just because I'm keeping an eye on a potential Broodlord transition. A Broodlord switch. But Soul doesn't really have the bank to afford that right now. Doesn't have much. I mean, hey, the fake drop does force an overreaction. True. Big reaction out of ByuN. Oh, we have an infestor. Let's go. We have an infestor. We have 1. 2. We have 2 infestors. Okay, okay. We have 2 infestors. Greater Spire's now on the way. Sola's thinking about that brutal transition. He's getting ready for it. He's getting ready for the broods. Same time, ByuN setting up a 6th expansion. Infestor, oh no, he gets caught. Yeah, the infestor gets caught out, down to 1 infestor. Doom drop is denied. Soli moves in. Soli he commits. Does get maybe 1 ghost. 1, 2, 0. No shot. 0 ghosts go down. I said that Medevac did fall to the Parabomb, but I'm assuming that we were able to unload in time. I'm making that assumption. Because I didn't hear anyone screaming. Yeah. Didn't hear it. So I'll just saturate that northern base. And I'm still not entirely convinced by Solo's army, but now he does start to incorporate even more. So we have 3 more infestors on the way, 4 in total. It just took a really long time to get here. It took a long time. For Solar to start to take in this direction, I mean. But he got there. Solar does once again try to go for the dive. It's a lot of Ling Bane, minimal tanks, minimal splash damage. Okay. Ling Bane rolls in, can he get on top of the ghost? Not quite. And Side punish the Corruptors. And the base is delayed. Delays the expansion. Oh, might even get a kill. That's a lot of Corruptors. And the command center is getting low. Oof, Side pop buff. Nice side with the Infestor. Ooh, as 2 ghosts go down and the CC falls. But there are more command centers. Yeah, more where that came from. Does snipe the base. Solar's not stopping. Maybe he should. There's not many banelings left over. Oh, nice fungal. Yeah, very nice flanking fungal. It may not matter though. Yeah, they stand their ground. The ghosts, they stand their ground. The fungal, not good enough. There's just not enough support. The fungal came in too late. Solar has no army. He has no army back. 8 ultras. Okay. 8 ultras in production. 0 infestors left for Solar, by the way. Now, Solar's bank is still large enough where he can still afford this, and it's still okay for Solar. Like, these have been some really rough fights. They've been really, really rough these past, like, what, 3-4 minutes? But there's still trades in Solar. He can still for now afford this. Collapsing in. Does catch 2 of those tanks. God, that's a lot of Thors. Oh my god. The Thors are here. They do a great job body blocking. And ByuN expands. Yeah, this is the moment for ByuN. He has now taken a 6th expansion. Big power spec for ByuN. Throws down a wall of towers, throws down a wall of CCs. Solar, he has to back off and rebuild. And this is ByuN's moment here to start to now gain more momentum. To gain momentum. And to start pushing towards that northern base. And to potentially start taking them for himself. This is the beginning. Corruptors, they find a planetary. The ghosts respond to the Corruptors. Lings here to punish. Oh! The ghosts, they find. Ghosts, they find. They activate Cloak. 1 tank goes down. As ByuN rotates back over. So it looks like his attention is diverting towards the center base. So where's that center expand? Yeah, that's what the expansion. Sorry, that's what the army. Yeah, that's what's the army. Making sure he's somewhat in position. Solar gets the tank. Catches the tank, catches the Liberator as well. Oh, not quite. It does go down. Ultras, they collapse in, they catch other ghosts. They try to. Yeah, better engage here from Solar, catching out all the Thors. Yeah, Thors are going to be locked down. Fungal here on the ghosts as well. Bailey's, they roll in, they connect. Massive connections. And ByuN out of position. He gets caught mid-rotation here on the low ground. Heavy losses for ByuN. He was out of position. With that, Solar does take a very strong fight. He needs another. Needs one more good fight. Fungal lands. Ultra's like, oh no, the Fungal. The snipes. They punish the Ultra. The Fungal was not good enough. And ByuN's doing it. Can he break through? Barely not. Barely not. Bidding out 2 more ghosts. Solar, he barely defends. I'm still concerned about the bank that we're burning through. Burning through that bank. Oh. Yeah, hopefully we're okay. I didn't notice the stutter. Things like collapse from behind, they catch out a tank. Should be okay. Yeah, should be okay here. As ByuN, he's gaining ground, pushing forward towards that northern base, and Solar cannot stop this. He's been trying, but Solar cannot stop this. Again, Solar's just been having some very inefficient fights for quite some time now. ByuN has been out trading him. Solar does find some damage, but this base doesn't really matter. Yeah, this base has no real weight or importance behind it. Oof. Snipe swap up. And ByuN's doing it. He's getting another base. Not a fresh expansion, true. But the Solar's mining out elsewhere. Like, the gold is mined out. The southern bases are mined out as well. We have one base here in the center, which still has resources. What, half a base here on the right-hand side. We are mining out. Mining out. Oh no, not again. Catching up 4 goes for the second time. Yeah, the second time this happened here. ByuN caught mid-rotation. Oh my god. Massive catch. So he needs more of this. Needs more of this, backy. Oh my god, but the snipes are insane. Yeah, crazy snipes hopping off here, catching out 2 more Ultralisks. I still feel like ByuN is done at this point. Because ByuN is getting a base. Getting expansion. Solar, he was just stuck on Ultras and he was so inefficient with them, losing so many throughout the course of this game. How many Ultras have gone down? 30! 30 Ultralisks. Oh god. And GG gets called with that. ByuN, he overwhelms, and we are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. I'll be honest, it looked like Solar was a little bit lost. He was a little bit lost with what he wanted to do. Solar, he overcommitted for a very, very long time with Ultra Tech. It took him a long time to start incorporating Infestors. So the ones he did, he was taking better fights, but it took him a long time to make that decision. We did try to point that out at the time. So very, very rough kind of mid-game and mid to late game play from Solar. It took him a long time to start accepting spellcasters, and likewise was never able to really switch into Broodlord tech or really have any standing army. There were a couple of nice moments. There were like 2 big fights where Solar was able to catch the army mid-transition, mid-rotation, and he took some better engagements there as a result, but that's all Solar had, like 2 good fights, and that's kind of it. Outside of that, he was just being bullied by the ghosts and bullied by the turn position. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into game number 5, the ace match here. It all ends on Mothership. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is Solar. Siema, papi, siema. Dzień dobry, dzień dobry. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran for Shopify. It is ByuN. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling into the ace match, the final game of the series. We're loading into Mothership. Mothership is a larger map of the map pool, larger map, longer rushes by ground. I will say that typically Terran players have a harder time defending and claiming a higher base count here. Initially, your initial 4 or 5 base setup is decent. But getting a 6th base, that's when you start spreading yourself thin, and of course expanding towards a corner of the map. I say that, but the reality is that even on these harder maps to defend, we have been seeing ByuN successfully break out, successfully defend and take these bases and just have a much more successful and more efficient army. It does feel like Solar, he's had a really hard time kind of conceptualizing how to approach the late game now in the new PTR and the new patch. Again, as I said before, he was stuck on ultras for too long. Stuck on ultras for far too long last game. Never made the Brewlord switch. He was also very adverse to infestors for a long time as well, also for too long. So it felt like Solar, he wasn't too sure as to how to build up into a later game and how to play against ByuN. Here we go. So now we are going to be opening up. And again, we'll see how we build up into the mid game. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted. We're locking in. The ace match. But yeah, we were just discussing a little bit more about Solar's late game, and as a result, I'm feeling like we should be seeing something more aggressive, more assertive out of Solar. Something that we can see be quite effective on Mothership is muta play. Like muta plays, going to Aspire, going to mutas, can work quite well, can snowball out of control, give you map control, and you can try to snowball from there and try to end the game a little bit earlier. So that's going to be something that's in the back of my mind, especially after this series so far. We've been seeing twice now Solar struggle in the late game, so at this point, I feel like we need to avoid that, right? I feel like we should be avoiding said late game and avoiding that kind of position against ByuN. You know, fool me twice sort of thing, right? Like, if you can't handle it, then we avoid it. So those are my expectations coming into the ace match here. From the side of ByuN, I feel like more of the same, right? I feel like being a little bit more, being active in the mid game with drop play, yes, but going into a more defensive mid to late game has been very successful for ByuN, and I'm sure he's more than happy to embrace that again, to just slow the game down, build up into that longer late game, and embrace, you know, that split map scenario, mass ghost. I'm sure he's willing. So we'll see if Solar goes for an all-in or if he goes into muta play. I feel like it's got to be one or the other, right? We'll see. So now we're claiming our third. Droning, saturating, link speed is on the way. We do pull back into gas here, but this is a standard timing. Getting into our gas income, into eventually the lair. Eventually. ByuN breaks down. Does break out. Going for his own aggression. He has this one marine drop here on the top side, Hellions towards the south side as well. This is the second time we've seen this in this series so far, going for the early medevac drop. No Banshee as an opener. Instead, marine medevac drop, hunting down overlords. With the goals to catch overlords and I creep, have a presence on the map, not really economic damage. And hey, he gets an overlord. Not bad. Gets one. Gets an overlord, pulls away. Hunting for another. And it is going to be initially Ling Bane. So Solar, he's not going into Roach heavy play or going into Ling Hydra again. ByuN poking in. It does poke in so far, catching out one of the queens. Not bad. Oh. It does catch a queen. Spire is on the way. Hey, we called it. At the very beginning of the game, we mentioned that the Mutaplay it is a good way to try to snowball early and try to end the game, like quote unquote. When I say early, earlier than what we've been experiencing, like half-hour games, right? Like like mined out situations where if it goes unscouted, Mutaplay can just overwhelm and just give you a massive advantage and a massive lead. It is reliant on lack of scouting though. True. So far, ByuN, now if we can make the assumption and if we can make the read that there's a higher chance of solo plays mutas, ByuN can do the same thing as well. Can do the same. But of course he has to confirm, right? He has to confirm. For now being active, back at home into 1-1 upgrades, a second factory on the way. Early double factory production into extra gases. Winter mine production's already begun, so already setting up for mutas. Already setting up his mines.
Additional supply
pokes in.
required.
Once the expansion, we got Hellmaster support, and there's a cancel, not bad. And denies the base, Sims further in. Can he get a queen? Oh my god! Oh my Jesus. That was very close. As he stimmed into the banelings, but he did barely pull away in time. Picked up, loaded up, and get the hell out of there. ByuN pulls out. They bust into the main. They bust into the main base, and so far they do catch a couple of workers. They reveal themselves. We already have turrets in position though. Turrets are already in position. ByuN, he's already set up. ByuN didn't even scout, did he? Oh, he did. Okay, he did. Never mind. Did scout, did confirm. That explains the Winter mine production earlier, and the turrets being ready. And so far, this is a rough start for Solar. Solar, he does gain map control with these mutas, but so far he has not really dealt any economic damage. Ideally, you want this to be a surprise, and it wasn't a surprise. Wasn't a surprise. We're here, ByuN just opening up the map a little bit here back at home. Thor production has begun, and ByuN is pushing. Now remember, because we went into Mutaplay, the upgrades are late. Late Eva Chambers, late upgrades. It's going to be a weaker ground army here for Solar. Solar's not much more vulnerable. Thankfully, does have baneling speed. Thankfully. They poke in. They poke in, catching out 1, 2, 3 ACVs. It's some economic damage. Keeping tabs here on ByuN, keeping him pinned back at him. Ooh, one Winter mine does connect. And the scary thing here is that ByuN, he's about to max out as well. Oh, my apologies. There we go. Jesus. So I had the wrong names on screen. My bad. We are building up. ByuN securing his 4th base, massing up his own link bane, Winter mine, sorry, link bane, Marine Marauder, Winter mine Thor. Solo setting it for a backstab. Hive is on the way. This should eventually lead into Ultras. Oh, eventually. That's what Winter picked up. Nice control there by Solar. Does commit in. But the spread is too good. Yeah, the spread is too good. ByuN is holding at the same time. Solo pokes in towards the natural. He does not get into the mineral line. It doesn't break the 3rd. He's going for it though. Oh, he gets in. Yeah, late reaction out of ByuN. Oh, heavy losses. There's 13 SCVs going down. 13 SCV kills. Nice damage out of Solar. Does get something done. Solar gets... Oh, Solar does clean the drop. Pushing in once again. Setting up his Link Bane. And this area is just so open here. It's just so open, so vulnerable, so accessible. Trying to set up. We're just going for a backstab. Ultra production is on the horizon. Ultra Cavern's on the way. So he has his hive. Let's go the hive, working on the ultras. This should be a nice power spike here where ByuN has... I say that. I was going to say that he has a bit of a smaller army that's not ideally against ultras, where he doesn't have any ghosts or liberators, but he does have a really healthy marauder count. Very healthy. ByuN is already somewhat ready for it. He's ready. Solo moves in. We're catching up more Marines. ByuN not quite able to react in time. And he's just being torn apart here, losing more and more workers. SCV's going to be going down. Ultra production has begun. We have 5 ultras on the way. As we emphasize, can Solo try to end the game pre-Ghost? This is his moment. This is his time. Can he end it early? Can he break through? Oof. Music busts into the middle line. They get more SCVs. Once again, distracting ByuN. Does cause distraction. The ultras are coming. We have how many marauders so far? 18. Oh. Depending on the position here, depending on the engage, we'll see if Solo can actually get on top of this. We'll see if Solo has enough. Solo does try to commit. ByuN does hold the line. Does break out. Oh, gets one of the ultras. Very nice. He gets one. Can he get 2? Yeah, it did clump up towards the end though. Gets punished. But ByuN is holding well. He's holding well. Ghost Academy's on the way. And that window of time here for Solo is closing. That window is closing. And this is where I start to get a little bit concerned for Solar. I got. Oof. Yeah, mine shots are going off. Oof. You just have to be careful. They do clump. Jesus, this is a massive commitment here from ByuN. I think he just noticed as well. Let's get a base. Oh no, the big command! Yeah, ByuN gets caught out. Yeah, messy control here, he does lift up in time. Does pick up as what he can. He still loses the army. Lose all the Marines. Yeah, so messy control from ByuN. He will lose so much supply. 3 full medevacs plus everything on the ground. Yeah, heavy losses for ByuN. He now plummets in supply, and this is Solo's moment now to counterattack. Now it's time. As again, ByuN, he overcommitted to the aggression, to the harass. That was like 5 or 6 medevacs full of units. Like that was that was crazy. That was 40 supply. Yeah, Solo does commit. He's trying to get into the mineral lines. Trying. Yeah, there we go. He will be able to. But roll into the mineral lines. SCVs are going to go down. Massive connections. Denies a third. 4th base is safe. But ByuN is having a hard time stabilizing. Having a very hard time stabilizing. Solo is going to be zoned away. And Solo should be able to take down these fringe bases. In the end, we spoke about the start of the game, how the goal here for Solo was to try to end the game before the late game, before Mass Ghost, and he's getting there. He's doing it. How do you deal with Mass Ghost? You just kill him before they can get there, Pappy. Let's go. As he rolls on in, Planetary should go down. And there's no saving the base. Takes down the expansion, collapsing on the main army. And Solo can afford this. He can afford these trades. Pulling back, rotating, remaxing, recommitting. And with this kind of setup, ByuN can't afford to build up his defenses back at home. Like typically, especially on Mothership, you have to invest quite heavily here into CCs and planetaries to try to create your own choke points here in the center. But without the spare resources to do so, I mean, ByuN is just exposed, right? He's just vulnerable. This area is just so much more open as a result of that. As they clean up some of the mines. Clean up the minefield. How many ultras do we have? Only 3. Not many ultras here for Solar. But this is kind of like the game state where we don't really have to, you know, harp on Solar not going into Infestors Arena as much as last time, just because there's not much to defend. He doesn't need the Infestors, Pappy. He doesn't need them. So he commits in, pushing into another base, and all that matters is the economy. Gets into the mineral line once again. The Ghosts, they do trade well against the Ultras, true. So far, it's been how many? It's been 73 SCV kills. So many workers going down. We got there, Pappy. Solo commits in. Once again, ByuN's out of position. He just cannot defend multiple locations at once, and he will lose another base. And ByuN is no mining. He's down to 52 workers. He barely has an economy. And we can just keep going. Solo he commits. Tanks are exposed. The Ghosts will eventually clean this up, for sure. They will clean this up. No. But we got another mineral line. Because they just keep moving in. They keep moving in. They find more damage. More SCVs going down. More SCV kills. And unlike the previous games, there shouldn't really be a moment here where ByuN can start to stabilize. I say shouldn't. Technically, we could see just a really rough fight here out of Solar. But once again, he does find more SCVs. Finds more workers. Ooh, one of the ultras gets hit. Oh my god, the Ghost! No, the Ghost! Yeah, no snipes on the forward ultra. GG gets called, and Solar, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's PiGosaur Cup number 85 champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations Solar. He will claim the series. ByuN was last week's champion over Solar. This week Solar barely does get his revenge. Once again, Solar was having a very hard time in the late game against ByuN time and time again, but coming into Mothership we did assume that we would be seeing Muta heavy play, and that's what we went for. Muta's instead able to gain map control, able to gain momentum early on, cripple the economy, keep the pressure up, and get into mass ultra. As we try to emphasize, because this map is so open when it comes to the center base and when it comes to the fringe bases as well, it does require a bigger investment to set up your sim city. So you need an economy and you need to be very efficient to be able to afford CCs, planetaries, turrets, sensor towers, to be able to set everything up. It takes a little bit more to invest into to build up your defenses, and ByuN never had the resource to do so. He never had the economy and the bank and the position to be able to afford that kind of sim city, and as a result it was broken. It was pulled apart. GG well played. With that, congratulations to Solar as he does get his revenge, but a shout out to ByuN for making a series out of this and for bringing us all the way to the ace match. The ace match was a little bit more one-sided here just because of the map itself, but we had some intense back and forth, and we got to see the strengths of Ghost for sure this series. Like, and again, we got to the point where Solar, it did look like he was a little bit flabbergasted as to what to do, a little bit lost as to how to approach the game state and how to approach like the mass ghost, and then did fumble quite a bit in the dark looking for that answer. The answer, of course, just try to end it early, gain momentum. GG well played. With that, congratulations to Solar for claiming the series, and we are going to be wrapping up here for the day. I say for the day, quickly heading on over to the rest of our schedule here, to the graphic. We are slated to have to cast Kung Fu Cup this evening, and StarCraft Evolution League tomorrow, followed by GSL tomorrow. That's going to be a rebroadcast of our coverage of the finals and the semifinals, as we were live casting that over the weekend. We have the Pongcast tomorrow evening, StarCraft Evolution League, COVID Giants Cup, SDO, and STC. Now we are supposed to cover Kung Fu Cup tonight, but I actually don't have the matches yet. I don't have the replays. For the time being, we might be able to get them soon. If we get them in time, then we will cast Kung Fu Cup. Otherwise, we might skip tonight's broadcast instead. Might skip it. We'll see. We'll see how it all does unfold. Otherwise, oh no, we have. Okay, yeah, we literally just got them. Okay, we're good. So Kung Fu Cup later on tonight. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. So we're going to be heading off here for the time being, and we'll see you guys later on tonight for some Kung Fu Cup action. Oh boy. As we're gonna try to set up that replay pack. Beautiful. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hope you guys enjoyed the PTR. Once again, when it comes to future PTR events, I don't think we have anything organized until next week. Again, PiGosaur Cups and Tuna Cups are all they're all on the PTR, so we do get to experience and indulge in the PTR week after week. Kung Fu Cup, they did mention that they are interested in hosting events on the PTR as well, but that might be a little bit later on. We'll see how Kung Fu Cup will approach that. Likewise, I know that Monday Night Weeklies have also begun their events on the PTR as well. True. For now, though, we're going to be heading off, and we'll see you guys later on tonight or tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Until then, thanks for watching. If you want to support us, you can do so via the socials. You can follow us on all the socials: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, you can check us out over on Patreon as well. Can check us out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Until next time, ciao, bye, ciao, hasta luego.